right, welcome everybody to this Sunday's Sunday series. Welcome to the Global Women Speakers, founded by Dr. Tina D. Lewis. We are here today with the amazing Sandy Zalud. Thank you so much for being with us today. We're so very pleased to have you.
Well, thank you.
So we have a couple questions so that people can get to know you and know what you're about. We know that you got some amazing things going on. So who are you, really?
Well, I guess I've been many things in my lifetime, but I am now someone that is going to be starting coaching for women in midlife who are about to start their entrepreneurial journey and don't know where to start. So I came to that conclusion. It was like a light bulb went off in my head one day when I started thinking about my own journey and how I had put it off for so long and how I was starting to regret that decision. And I don't want other women to feel the regret that I have been feeling, and then look back and say, why didn't I take a chance on myself? So that's who I am today. That's what I'm doing today. But a little bit about my background is I am married with 5 children, 5 stepchildren. I'm sorry, 5 children, 5 grandchildren, and 2 dogs and a cat. And I love my fur babies. So
Love it. Our fur babies are special for sure.
they are.
So a little bit more into your background. Where are you from?
Originally from New Jersey. And when I was married the first time, I married a military man, so we lived up and down the East Coast and actually lived in the UK for a while, in London for about 4 years. And it was a wonderful experience, wonderful experience. And when we got back, probably about 5 years later, he and I divorced, and I was a single parent for about 8, maybe 9 years. And then I remarried. So I'm currently married again, and no traveling. We haven't left Virginia since, so the travel days are done.
Beautiful. So what made you choose women over 40 and up?
Well, I was debating that age for midlife. And I kind of was asking people, what do you consider to be midlife? And I was thinking 50. But I had a lot of people say to me, no, I think it's more like 40 to 45. And I can see how that could be if if you started a family young and now the children are grown, they're in high school or possibly college. And now it's time. It's time for that person, that woman, to go ahead and start on her own journey, because now everything she has put aside for her family, she doesn't need to do anymore. And so I think that that can potentially start at 40, somewhere between 40 and 45.
That's beautiful. Yeah. And so what is it that you've been putting together to support these 40 and above women?
Well, what I'm currently doing is I am putting together this summit to hopefully address any concerns or issues or worries that a woman entering entrepreneurship would have. So that would be providing, having speakers that would help provide clarity on what they actually want to do. What is it that they're passionate about? How do they get to where they want to go? What is it that they want to do? Do they want to coach? Do they want to have a shop? Do they want to, just have podcasts? Do they want to have a brick and mortar store? And it can vary from woman to woman what she wants to do. Maybe she just wants to write. But a lot of times when you have, and I can say this because I have transitioned a few times in my life, it can be frightening if you are doing something you've never done before. And especially if people don't support you in that. And that sometimes will happen because they're used to seeing you as one way. And then you want to transition to something else. They're like, well, why would you want to do that? Or that won't work. Or, so you don't always get the support you think you're going to get. from your closest friends and family. So it's important for these women to have a group that they can count on, that they can talk to, and that they can bounce their ideas off of. So what I'm hoping is that these women will find groups, that they'll find business ideas. We're going to have speakers that are going to address the fear, the confidence, how to get on social media, how to be in front of a camera, all the little things that are going to be components of whatever it is that they choose to do. So that's what this is all about. It's just for them to learn and to feel good about what they want to do.
I love that. I love that you are putting together and facilitating a space for people to come in and support other women. That's such a beautiful gift and inspiration. So thank you so much for bringing that part of yourself out to the world. So if I were, say, 40, and I might be, and I was going to this event, what would it feel like? What would this event feel like for me?
Well, I think it's going to be very exciting. I really do. I think that I've had so much great feedback on this event that when I've been publicizing it and looking for speakers. People keep coming to me saying, I really want to participate in this. I love this. This is what women need. So I'm getting validated with this idea every time I speak to someone. So my thought is that when people come in, and it's a free event, when people come in, they're going to be excited to be there. And I think every speaker is going to give them something to just feast on, to think about and to start thinking about how to implement certain things. I can imagine that if I were attending this summit and I had never transitioned from maybe a 9-to-5 job, and I wanted to get out on my own, I would be thirsty for all this knowledge. There's going to be some great information here, and I really believe that these attendees are going to have a fantastic time and come away feeling more empowered.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Beautiful. And so when you talk about all of where you've been and your background and coming through, and this is your passion project, it sounds like, for sure. Mm-hmm. What other beautiful gifts are you pulling from your background industry into this space to help create this?
I think what happened with me is that this came about as I had started and stopped a couple of times in the past for various reasons to start my own business. And then the last time that I stopped, there was a very long span of time before I started again. I started in 2008, ready to go on my journey. And I'm a big researcher, so I had not gone in to see a coach. I didn't even know what coaching was. I had no idea what resources were out there for me. And I think it's another benefit of the summit. People will now realize what's out there for them. So I was doing all my research and trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And I thought I knew what I wanted to do, but then I had something happen that put everything on hold for 15 years. So when I started replanning what I was going to do, it really wasn't this. It was not defined as somebody for women in midlife. But as I started to think about how I was feeling, having waited so long, and how much I regretted that decision, and my inaction, and my fear, and my not knowing who to go to for help, I thought, I don't want other women to feel this way. I want them to have the resources. I want them to know what's out there. I want this summit to provide that push that they may need to get moving. So it's kind of like a light bulb went off in my head when I realized how I felt about my standstill, how I had stood still for so long. I started thinking, wow, I don't want anybody else to walk in these shoes. I want to make sure that they don't have any regrets at the end. I hate to talk about the end, but the end will come. And then I don't want to have the regrets either. So I'm like working double time now to go ahead and get everything done. I really want to have a lot of, hopefully have a lot of influence on a lot of women.
Well, it sounds like you're on track for making up lost time. Is there a place that this is already happening? Is this online summit? Is it in person?
It's going to be online. There will be 28, possibly a few more speakers. It runs for 2 weeks. It's going to be a couple of speakers per day. All the interviews are pre-recorded. And it begins on the 27th of February, and it runs until the 13th of March. So the advertising will be ready shortly, and I'll be sending it to all the speakers, and then they will distribute it to all their email lists and their social media outlets, as will I. And I'm really hoping to stop Zoom from working. That's how many people I want to have there. I want to be able to just overflow everything. So I don't know how many, in reality will attend, but they will be able to see it afterwards if they want to. I just want to get the word out. I just want people to know that this is happening and that there's something out there for them. And then I'll do it again, and I'll just do it again and again. And I think over time we'll have a great reach.
That's beautiful. And so it is. And I'm holding that the doors of your summit get flooded with all the beautiful people to receive everything that you're going to be providing for them. And so if you could leave us with one last question, I would ask, if you could tell your 40-year-old version of you one gold nugget, what would it be?
Me first. Take care of you first. Follow those dreams. And don't wait for anyone. I felt trapped in a job, among other things. And I think as women, we do that. We kind of get dedicated and we're emotionally tied to what we're doing and who we're doing it for. And that was my fault. I didn't have to do that, but I did. I chose to do that. It was easier than trying to go off on my own. So I would tell the 40-year-old woman today, or I would have told myself at 40, don't wait, because you're going to turn around and all of a sudden years will have passed by and you would have lost all that valuable time to enjoy what you wanted, for yourself.
That's beautiful. Well, you heard it here. You first. You only have the now, from the lovely Sandy Zalud. So we are all going to be looking forward to your summit, and I'm sure we'll be sharing the information as well in our links and things all over the social media platforms. So thank you so much, and you can hang out with me while we introduce the lady who has put all of this magic together for us, Dr. Tina D. Lewis. She is a 2-time Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award, 10-time Amazon best-selling author, earned first 6 figures in 45 days, sold $100,000 from the stage, and some really awesome fun facts about this magical queen, powerhouse, beautiful lady. She has been mentored by or met billionaires Donald Trump, Oprah Winfrey, Mark Cuban, and her most favorite, been to Necker Island with billionaire mogul Richard Branson of the Virgin brand, and most important, founder of the Global Women Speakers and the Sunday Series. Let's welcome to the stage Dr. Tina D. Lewis.
Woo! Welcome to each and every one of you. My name is Dr. Tina D. Lewis, and I am ecstatic about what's happening with Global Women Speakers. Now, here's the deal. If you are watching us live on Facebook in our incredible group, exclusive, or you may be watching us on LinkedIn or even YouTube, or what about Twitter? Yes, we're even on Twitter. I love this platform. And so, Cody, I want to say thank you for all of your hard work. You're an amazing host. And Sandy, wow, a conference strictly for women over 40. Now, who would have thought of that? Sandy, I am ecstatic that you chose global women speakers to come and share that message. And I do have a plethora of qualified women who are ready, willing to share their stories, their products, their messages around the globe, including your stage. So, Sandy, thank you so much for being here. Now, we have a special guest in backstage, as we call it, right? We have a special guest. He's incredible. You've heard him, you've seen him on so many other platforms because he's known as one of the, I would say, the best or the #1 speaker in the entire world. But I'm going to keep him tucked back there. It's just a surprise because you never know what's going to happen here on Global Women Speakers on our Sunday Speaker Series. We also have Felicia Pouncil. We have Sandra J. Horton. We have Jen Perdomo in the back, Jen Chavez. We actually have Tamara. We have Unique Right. We have so many powerful, did I say powerful? We have so many powerful women just tucked back in the green room, if you will. But I just wanted to say thank you because I know without a shadow of a doubt that you could have been anywhere on this Sunday afternoon and you chose to share it here with us, Global Women Speakers, with the Sunday Speaker Series. So without further ado, I want to bring to the forefront a young lady who is a premier member of Global Women Speakers. She is a financial analyst. I'm just going to say this. She knows about wealth. And how she learned about wealth was devastating. And sometimes it's those things that happen to us that causes us to bridge a solution, that causes us to find a system that will heal other people. And that's exactly what she's done. And when you hear her story, I'm telling you, you're going to be blown away. She called me this morning. We talked about it. She just delivered that same speech. She just delivered her story to another audience. And I am honored. I'm totally honored that she chose to deliver it here with us on Global Women Speakers. So I want to introduce to some and reintroduce to most, none other than the Felicia Pouncil out of the West. Out of the East Coast. I'm ecstatic. So ladies, give us your next 15 minutes. I promise you, you will be blown away. And then after that, we're going to have none other than the Sandra Horton. So with that being said, Felicia, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Tina. Thank you so much. I am so happy to be a part of the Global Women Speakers. It has been a great asset to me. And I just want to start off by telling everyone a little bit about a client that I helped. So she kind of explained to me some different things that she went through. She was 30 years old at the time that all of these different things happened to her. So 30 years old, she loses her brother. At the time, he is 42 years old. And so her son happens to find him. He actually thought he was just playing with him, and he was in 5th grade at the time. And so fast forward after that devastating loss, she found out that her father was terminally ill. After finding out her father was terminally ill, they told her, hey, your father probably has about 6 months to live. And then shortly after that, a few months later, they said, hey, your mom has 6 months to live. And so going through all of these different things, it was very devastating. It was, to say the least, that she was financially in a very bad place because she was making a 6-figure income. She went from about 200,000 to 50,000 to zero just simply because she had to take off work. She ended up on FMLA. And so it was very devastating for her. But as you know, when you are around very ill people, sometimes it can make you become ill because you forget to take care of yourself. And so one of the things that came about was that she said, hey, I wish I had met you years ago because you could have helped my parents put some things in place that would have prevented me from going down this financial devastation, through that path of financial devastation. Uh, Also, it would have impacted her life had she known the information about, protecting her loved ones with living benefits, where if they became chronically or terminally ill or critically ill, then they would receive this huge lump sum payout. That would have really helped her a lot. So as she's going through all these different things, a nurse says, "Hey, I want you to be careful. I want you to think about um, making sure you take care of yourself because you can fall into caregiver syndrome." And just like if you are hanging around wealthy people with a wealthy mindset, then likely you're going to be wealthy and have a wealthy mindset. Well, the same is true if you're caring for sick people. Sometimes you yourself can become sick as well. It's actually called caregiver syndrome. Well, fast forward, this young lady made it to the other side. And I want you to know that that young lady is me. I am her. And I made it to the other side through all of this devastation. And so now my goal is to empower people to make sure that they know that there are things that you can put in place to protect your income, to protect your assets, because I lost all of my assets at that time, all of my retirement, because I had to live off of the retirement to help take care of my parents. And my only helper at that time was my son, who was in fifth grade at the time. So I am on a path to make sure that everyone that I come in contact with knows how to protect their income and their assets. And by doing so, they I need to make sure that everyone is aware that there are life insurance plans that protect your loved ones, not just in death, but also you, the person, while you're living. No, it makes no sense to have any type of protection in place that does not also protect you while you're living. Yes, we want to leave things for our loved ones, but we also want to make sure that if we become ill, if we go through these devastating things like a chronic, critical, or terminal illness, that we are protected. So I don't need to tell you guys about the statistics with cancer. 1 out of 2 women will experience some form of cancer in their lives, and as well as men. I believe the statistic is 1 out of 3 men. And so knowing that, as well as knowing that I believe the statistic is 70% of Americans will experience some sort of chronic illness within their lifetime. Just knowing those facts, we have to be prepared. We have to make sure that we have things in place so that our complete lifestyle does not change from something like cancer or a heart attack or stroke. Because I don't know about you, but I'm seeing a lot of people on my timeline in their younger years that are being inflicted with cancer. They're being inflicted with heart attacks. They're being inflicted with strokes and various other illnesses, and they are surviving, but their lifestyle is changing. So I can't tell you the tons and tons of GoFundMe accounts that I've seen pop up just from this devastation wreaking through people's families from these particular situations. So one of my goals is to make sure that not only do I help protect assets, but I want to teach people how to create generational wealth. You know, my son is now 24, and so he helped me through that entire decade of caregiving, which I'm so thankful. And actually, no child should have to go through that, but I was thankful that he was the type of son that definitely helped me along the way. And with that being said, I want to make sure that his children's children have money, that they grow into money. And he has no kids right now, but I teach people how to create generational wealth, how to protect their income, how to protect themselves from chronic, critical, and terminal illnesses. As women who have families at home, entrepreneurs, it's so important that we not only protect ourselves, but this is also how we protect our businesses. Protecting our businesses, protecting ourselves by making sure that we are eating right, doing all those healthy things, because I know more than anybody that your health is truly your wealth. Because we've got to be healthy. We've got to make sure that we have things in place to make sure that we can pass on that generational wealth.
Wow, that is awesome. I love it. Thank you so much for sharing. So I cannot believe that that young lady who lost her dad and then her mom within 6 months, and whose son found her brother face down on the floor dead. I cannot believe that that was you, but you told it so eloquently. The fact that you lost everything. And I had a similar situation. And Felicia, quite honestly, I wish I would have known you then. I was actually sitting in my car at a light and I was attacked. My finger was broken and I could not work. I work with my hands. I type the computer, right? I have my own business. So I didn't have health insurance. And I want to say to each and every entrepreneur, find yourself some health insurance. There are places that has health insurance strictly for entrepreneurs. And I know you're saying it's not going to happen to you. Well, I didn't think it was going to happen to me either. You know why? Because I don't drink, I don't smoke, I eat healthy, I work out. Like, what could possibly happen to me, right? Yeah, I was attacked and my finger was broken. My nephew, who is 30 years old, was just hospitalized for almost 4 weeks. He's 30 and he collapsed. 3 aneurysms, not 1, not 2, but 3 aneurysms. He had brain surgery at 30 years old. Tragic? Absolutely. So Felicia, thank you. Your work is amazing. You have a lot of work to do. You have a lot of work to do. And I am just honored that you chose to share your gift and your message with Global Women Speakers. You're absolutely incredible. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tina. And, I'm so thankful for this platform because I've been learning a lot from Global Women's Network, as well as just being able to see and hear from other women with their entrepreneurial stories, as well as the different things that they offer. So I'm just ecstatic that I'm able to, have this exposure, as well as listen to others and learn from others. So thank you so much, Dr. Tina.
Woo! Awesome. I'm super ecstatic. That's all I can tell you guys. And I am blown away. Daddy Les, you can put on your camera now. You are not backstage any longer. So I have a surprise. I mean, a lot of you did not know this. I kept it really quiet because he's crazy. That's all I gotta say. I kept him in a dungeon for a minute before I brought him to the stage because, he is on fire right now. There are some things that's ticking him off that he's gonna talk about. But before he does, I would love for all of you guys, my special guest. This is StreamYard. So if you got the link, that means you're a special guest, right? And I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you from the top of my heart that you are here with Global Women Speakers on our Sunday Speaker Series. Because where else? I mean, you could be watching the football game. Go Dallas, the Chiefs, you could be watching the football game. But I am so ecstatic and elated that you chose to be here with us. And we do have some special guests, not just the guy up there in the red, but each and every one of you. There's a guy that I reached out to. He's incredible, out of Atlanta as well. His name is Derek Harper. If you don't know him, you're about to know about him right now. We have Sandra Horton. We have Cody. We have Tamara, who wrote a book called Married to Police Brutality. She was married for 22 years. Her husband was in law enforcement, abused. And when you hear her story, I'm telling you, grab your tissue, grab your hearts and be ready to cry. You're going to hear from Joe. Joe is amazing. He's traveled all over the globe. And here's the deal. He went to a strange country, not speaking their language. and made a flyer. Get this, you guys, an 8x10 flyer that said, you want to learn English? So guess what? If you don't have to, if you can't beat them, you don't have to join them. You can teach them your language. I love that. I love that. So Felicia, thank you so much for being here and for sharing your story. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're going to do a rapid round fire. You guys, we are live on Facebook in the Global Women Speakers Group. We're live on LinkedIn. We are live on Twitter. We are live on YouTube. So send your last minute text messages. Get those people on, because here's the deal. The gentleman, I mean, both of them, like Derek, he doesn't just pop on Zooms. Like he doesn't do this. It took me months to get him, like almost a year, you know? And then this other gentleman in the red shirt, like he just, I mean, he does it, but for big, like 6-figure checks, 5-6-figure checks. So you see, he went off the camera for a minute, but I just want you guys to introduce yourselves, please. Tell us really quickly, rapid fire, you know, your pitch of who you are, what you do, and then we're going to go from there. So we're going to start with Unique Wright, Cody, Sandra, Tamara, Joe, Derek, and then we're going to do Les. All righty, go right ahead.
So I am Unique Wright, your marketing coach.
Awesome. Cody.
Hello, hello. I'm Cody Wassel with Soul Sprout, speaking to the seeds of your soul and igniting the fire within. I'm a transformational life coach and a movement medicine facilitator and motivational speaker. Lovely to be here today.
I'm Sandra Horton. I'm a business success coach. I'm a trained EQI practitioner and a facilitator, and I am here to help leaders become conscious leaders and help organizations to scale.
Hi, I'm Tamara Ann, and I'm the author of Married into Police Brutality, Breaking the Code of Silence. I am equipping women to understand different types of abuse other than physical abuse. I'm here to educate others on the mental health of police officers, and just to help the families of police officers, law enforcement, from the officer to the wife to the children.
Wow. Awesome. Thanks for being here. Joe, Derek.
Yeah, I'm Joe Matz. I'm a gapologist. I help folks close the gap from where they are to where they want to be, codifying the knowledge, experience, and expertise into a signature program. I also help folks get the best ROI for podcast guesting activities. So if you've ever been on a podcast and nothing ever came from it, I'm on a mission to change that. So there are things you can do to get the best from your podcast guesting activities.
Amazing. Hey, I'm Derek Harper, Senior. First of all, man of God and husband of 19 years, 2 kids. Family man. So you know that my freedom is very important. So I teach people how to build, organize, document, then delegate their business, and then bring an international front end so that you know, you can grow and scale. I also buy and sell, fix and flip businesses like people do real estate, and I'm an investor in over 25 businesses. And I'm still owner operating 2 8-figure businesses, and I help people do the same through, you know, building internationally, building international teams to take advantage of a global economy.
Wow, wow, wow. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you. I don't know if you are listening to this, but the people that are on this stage are powerful. Did I say powerful? Not powerful, but powerful. And if you know anything about business, you know that the most important asset are relationships. Relationships. That's why I'm wealthy. Right? Not because of the 7 figures in my bank account, right? It's because of my relationships, and each of you came from a relationship. So what I would like to do is, Derek, we're waiting for Les to come back in. In the meantime, I would love to, Derek, I would love for you to tell us, you know, who you are, what you do. I am simply going to if you can, Derek, move your camera down a little bit because you're far away. We see a lot of walls. We want to see you, Derek. We want to see you. There you go.
Let me bring it close. I got the podcast up in here, so I'm teaching a class at 9. So
okay, well, hold on. You're teaching a class at 9, I heard. So go ahead and give them the link. Give
All
it.
right, yeah.
We talked about it, but go ahead, just give them a link so they can jump in at night. Because you guys, listen, ladies, gentlemen, if you are listening to the sound of my voice, if you can hear not the words but hear the music, if he's giving away free information, if he is giving away complimentary information, you need to be there. You need to be there with pen and paper, because I don't know anyone else that would teach you how to have a 7-8 figure business complimentary in credit repair, in Airbnb, right? He talked about real estate. He's running multiple 25 businesses. 2 of them are 8-figure. So I don't know about you, but you want to be in close proximity. You want to be close to the heat, because you know what happens? You may catch a flicker. You know, your wick may be lit. And I don't know about you, but I am not letting go of the Derek Harper and his beautiful wife. They have an empire, and that's exactly what they're doing. So go ahead, D, go ahead and drop that link. Tell them, where do they go for this free information that will be not life-changing.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I was sitting around and I don't like the Cowboys or the 49ers. So I'm like, I need to do something during this time. And I just posted it on Facebook. And next day, you know, we got like over 2,000 people registered. And I posted it like an hour and a half ago and told them that it's going to be at 9 tonight. So it's a link. It's basically a Zoom link. I don't know how to post it in here since we're on StreamYard, but I'll figure it out.
Send it to me, Derek, and I will definitely send it out to every person that's registered, because I mean, I always say, if you want to go up, you got to show up. If you want to glow up, you got to show up. And so for those of you, you're going to get a bonus, right? You didn't pay to be here. This is compliment. These are people who are not like-minded, but like-hearted. Right. We love to serve. And because you showed up, we're going to give you a bonus where you get to tap into the Derek A. Harper. Don't forget the senior. He wants to make sure he's the senior, right?
Hey, you know, got to respect my son and give him a little head start there. But yeah, so I just sent you the link, and I'll actually be teaching people how to build a 7-figure brand within the next 180 days. And I know it sounds like cliche. A lot of people say that, but I really take them down through tangible things that they can use. Like, I show how to build a $1 million a year, webinar on autopilot, right? And to just evergreen the webinar, how to build an audience, put it through there. And I also teach, one of the main things that I teach is how to build a 7-figure brand without having to have 100,000 followers. Actually, you don't even need 5,000 followers, right? Because if you wake up with the mindset of who can I serve and how can I serve them and already have it figured out, the best lead generator is letting somebody know that they have a problem that you haven't seen. Because I notice most people, they would go to a mom and pop's restaurant. The first thing that they'll do is probably complain about the menu not being up to par, complain that they couldn't get through on the website. So what I do is my web development team is I go and I might get the top 10 seafood restaurants, top 10 soul food restaurants, have my development team build them out, fully automated menus, everything is beautiful, everything is done. And I just pop in the inbox and say, hey, nice restaurant. And then next thing you know, they're going to be like, wow, that's not even my website. How did you do it? $3,000 solution that they didn't even know they had, right? So now a lot of times what I realized is most people who don't realize they have a problem also don't have the budget for them. So that's kind of one of the reasons why we started building out credit repair companies and helping people build business credit and things like that, because if they don't have the money, at least they can have the credit. And then if they don't have the money or have the credit, I can carve out equity in the company. And so instead of saying, hey, I'm a marketing person, or hey, I'm a technical person, I can come in for equity as a chief marketing officer or a chief technical officer, and then delegate that over to my team of VAs that can handle the day-to-day, and I can remove myself and get equity. So it's so many ways that I'm gonna teach that you can build multi-million-dollar streams without being a dancing bear. And the dancing bear is the person that always has an offer, always has, hey, they're always on Instagram, always on TikTok dancing, trying to get a product in front of you instead of getting a solution in front of you. So, and I teach people you can do that without 1,000 followers. You just got to be able to provide a solution for somebody.
Wow. So I have a couple of questions, Derek, and they're coming in. So we want to ask these questions, right? So what did you do before this? Because most people see your glory, Derek, but they don't know your story. So if you can give us a backstory of how you got started, because did you take over your father's businesses? Was one of those business Were they inherited? Like, did you build them from scratch?
Yeah, I was born in a crack house. So, no, it wasn't.
Okay, so your story is similar to Les. That's why, I mean,
Yeah, I didn't really have anything
he
to
was
take
born in an
over.
abandoned building. You were born in a crack house. So
Yeah, so, and we call it the hood, right? We call it the ghetto, right? So, but no, it was just unfortunate situation. I'm not one that's mad at my parents or anything like that. They just had to raise me with the environment and the resources they had, right? So, unfortunately, we came up, in poverty in a trailer with holes in the floor to where we had to have a pet cat to fight the rats off or the mice off. Right. So that's kind of what I came up in. But the good thing is, we had hand-me-down clothes that had smells on them. So I had the privilege of getting picked on. And what I realized is, it actually makes you stronger, because little things like that you thought was bad, when you start building multi-million-dollar brands and when you start getting in front of everybody, you realize in order to really grow and blow up, you got to be able to take the hard stuff. You got to be able to take getting laughed at. You got to take all of that, right? So it made me stronger, but it also made me wanted to create solutions for people, so that they didn't have to struggle. So I wanted to be able to create the solution for the voiceless, right? And that's what led me into going in the Air Force. So, and after going in the Air Force, I realized, okay, maybe the fight is a lot deeper than just helping people globally. I got to help my own people back here. And I realized it was an epidemic of financial literacy in America. And even if you teach or learn financial literacy and you don't have you don't have anybody to look directly to that you have access to, it still seems foreign. So I'm the financial literacy foreign language teacher. Like I heard him say, hey, you want to teach English? I teach, speaking finances, what to do with money, how to protect it. But first of all, everybody's teaching save. I'm teaching, saving is cool, but you need to earn it first, right? So that's kind of one of the things that I, built everything off of. And, it's crazy that you have less on here, because I'm probably 90% of the stuff that I do is based on a lot of the things that he said. So,
Les, you're now backstage. Come on to the forefront. There he is. There he is. Yes. So do you want to repeat that? I want to make sure he heard that.
No, I heard him. I'm here listening to everything. Thank you so much for the shout out.
No, I was just speaking on stage. I was at the Path to Prosperity conference with Ash Cash, and every time me and Ash Cash get together, you're definitely who we're talking about.
Wow.
Oh, thank you.
So that's it in a nutshell. That's kind of what I used, waking up every day, finding who has a hole, and I just build a solution for them. Because if I try to sell you the solution and say, hey, you need a website, you need this, you need that, you need automation, you need this, they're probably going to say no. But if I build it and send them the link to it, it's already proof of concept. So my closing rate goes up to 90% versus 10. And we building out doctor's office, orthodontist office, medical billing solutions, everything for everybody they didn't even know they had. And it's automated money at that point.
25, you're running 25 businesses, 2 8-figure businesses. Mm-hmm. Like, that's insane. And that's what I love about business, right? You said you were born in a crack house. Yep. Les was left in an abandoned building. I was born in California hospital, and both of you guys have more money than me. Something's wrong with that picture.
Different journeys.
Yeah. So Derek, thank you so much for being here. I am ecstatic to have both of you on the stage. Les and I are going to do some things in Atlanta, Derek, and you already live there. So you already know you're invited. Les, I already know he wants you there. So with that being said, I want to introduce this man that always wears red. He always wears red. I'm telling you, like, he would not get on Zoom. He would not get on FaceTime unless he has on red. I don't care what he's talking about. This man is known around the globe. Literally, he's in everyone's YouTube, in their memoirs, anything that's related to their life. They can say one quote that Les Brown, Mamie Brown's baby boy, says. And, he is, in my humble opinion, the #1 speaker in the world for multiple reasons. He's not regurgitating what he heard. He's not talking about what he read. He's telling you his life story. And so with that being said, I'm honored that he chose Global Women Speakers to come through. I'm honored that he is my goddaddy. I'm honored that he calls me Tina May, and he won't do it today though, right? You're going to behave. You're going to be good today.
Yes. Yes, I will.
So let's take the floor. Over to you.
Okay, well, thank you so very much for giving me this opportunity to share with everyone. And listen, Derek, I'm going to be reaching out to you. Let the record show. You and Joe, I need to talk to y'all. And one of the things, yes, sir. Thank you. What we're going to be doing, and I'm so excited about doing it with people that have a passion for helping people, or helping people to begin to connect with the greatness that they have within themselves. And right now, and I'm sure all of you have heard about it, everybody and their brother talking about Chat GPT. Chat GPT. Let me see some fingers go up or raise, or some thumbs going up. Let me share something with you. A lot of people are intimidated by that. And what I am partnering with Tina to do is to give you a competitive advantage against Chat GPT that's going to put a lot of people out of business. And so I want you to write this down. Number one, when you think about when everyone that has come on, Tina or the host before her ask, who are you? Because when you get ready to present, people have three questions going on. Who are you? What do you have? And can I trust you? Who are you? What do you have? And can I trust you? Well, guess what? Artificial intelligence can't answer that question. Number two, what do you have? If you only have information, if information could change people, everybody would be skinny, rich, and happy. That's what gave me the competitive advantage when I came into this industry, and was the only fly in a glass of buttermilk. Because in order to stand out in the attention economy, you have to have a heart-centered message. Computers don't have a heart. Computers can't give a story that people can relate to, or you can't correct unless you can connect. And so there are advantages over artificial intelligence. And just think about this, artificial intelligence, the stuff they bring, that's not real. And so the third question is that people are asking, can I trust you? Today, we don't know what's real and what's not real. When you look at the algorithms and the behavior marketing, when you look at, they are able to put a face synchronized with words, with your picture, and can duplicate your voice. Who are you? What do you have? And why should I care? And so what we're going to be doing for a limited number of people, I'm 77, so I'm not interested in working with the masses. You know, my favorite book says, the road to life is straight and narrow, and few there be that find it. I'm only looking for the few and share with the few what I've been doing for 52 years on how you can have a competitive advantage in any economy with your story, with your knowledge, with your passion. And I'm excited about it. Teaching you how to live a life that will outlive you, giving you the tools that will allow people to leave their lives like they want to live their lives. A lot of people are living a life that's not them. The young lady that was on, Felicia, there's a book. I hope you're listening, Felicia. She went through a lot of tragedy. Here's the title.
Les, you're on mute. Les. Ooh, he's giving a good speech.
Oh, he's going in.
Let me call him. Hold on one second. Leslie. I love it. I love it. You guys, this is what live is all about. I know a lot of people will say, no, I'm going to pre-record it because I want it to be perfect. Well, we show up here at Global Women Speakers, authentic. Felicia, he was talking to you. I don't know if you heard him. I'm going to go to the Facebook group so you can listen to him.
I'm so excited. He's my favorite person.
All right. So I have to get Les so we can hear what he has to say. Les.
I think you can send an SMS by chat.
No, I have done all of that, Kirti. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I text him. I called him. Yeah, I messaged him. I appreciate that. Yeah. And you guys, Kirti is actually partnering with me for the conference in Madrid. It's going to be explosive. And so, of course, Global Women Speakers members are there, and we're going to do some incredible things. But let's get Les. I've exhausted measures. Let me try to call, because when he finishes, I'm gonna say, what did you say?
I'm sorry. But
oh man. All righty. Let's see what's going on. Les, can you hear us? Les. Les, we can't hear you. Can you guys hear me? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. You guys tell him. Everybody do the same thing. Point to your ears. Everyone point to your ears. This is classic. He said, "Oh my God." You can read his lips. All right. So really quickly, I don't know about you guys, but I am blessed. Just the fact that he is on the call with Global Women Speakers. I mean, that's just, that's just some of the network that we have. There's more. We have the Derek Harper. You guys listen, 25 businesses. I don't know about you, but I could barely handle 1, 2, 3. I only have 3. Like, I don't know. I can barely handle one business, let alone 25. So ladies, I just want you to make sure that you tap into Derek Harper. Let him know you are from Global Women Speakers, because he will be either in Paris, Madrid. He's going to be either in Greece or Kenya. He's going to do the TEDx with us. He's going to do something with us. Like, he has to, right? Ladies, don't you come off mute. Do you believe that the Derek Harper should do something with Global Women Speakers?
Yes.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, if they want me, they got to tell me they want me. I'm definitely there.
We want you, Derek. We want you.
Yeah. When you show up, when you're not invited, you look around and everybody's eating, and you like, man, am I out of place? So.
Yes, this is so much fun. How many of you honestly have been blessed already? And we're just getting started, right? How many of you have been blessed already? I know I have. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Tina D. Lewis. I am a 2-time Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award winner. I'm a 10-time #1 best-selling author. My background is medicine, but like we were sharing, Les was born in an abandoned building. Derek said he was born in a crack house. I was born in a hospital, but guess what? I was like, literally, my mom was in a near fatal car accident when I was in the 5th grade. I was
2025.
Woo!
Online coaching and training and virtual events will be
sir, you're gonna have to back up like 30 minutes. We didn't hear
Plenty.
We might as well just start over. Like, literally, we couldn't hear you. You were not talking to us. You were practicing. You were rehearsing.
I can't believe that. Oh my goodness. I was talking to myself.
All by yourself.
This is what happens when you turn 77. And I answered myself too. Okay, all right. Let me take it to the top, and I will still do it under 10 minutes.
Woo!
All right, listen. You're the original host. When you open up, Felicia was introduced, and the first question was posed to her was, "Who are you?" Everybody that spoke, Joe, Derek, whenever you speak into a group, one-on-one, small groups or large groups, there are three questions that's being asked. Who are you? Why? People want to be able to identify with you. A lot of people are intimidated by Chat GPT. You've been talking about it everywhere, all over the internet, and how many millions of businesses that will be ruined and various professions that they will be unemployed because of what that technology brings. But what most people are missing, artificial intelligence. What you bring and what Global Women, what I'm going to share with you is how to be able to have a competitive advantage. This industry, between now, according to Forbes magazine, and 2025, it will be $1 billion a day business. I just 3 days ago, I made just over $1 million in South Africa, and I'm here in Atlanta doing events for an organization called Real Success Summits. Okay? And so this is a time to look at how you turn adversity to your advantage. The other thing is that the young lady that came on, and she talked about the tragedy that she experienced in her family. And I said, I don't know if she has a book, but I help people to come up with a title for the book and how to have, and this is what artificial intelligence and what Chat GPT can't provide, how to deliver a heart-centered message. What gave me an advantage coming into this industry? Google information. What's most important now is how to create a significant emotional event, how to give a person an experience of themselves and take them to a place in themselves that they can't go by themselves. Chat GPT can't do that because it doesn't have a heart, it doesn't have any experiences, and it can't draw from what it is that you're able to draw from with your knowledge, with the things that you've seen, things that you've observed, and how you can begin to apply that to transform an audience individually and collectively. And finally, what's most important now, this is the time of evolution. People talk about resolutions. No, it's about evolution. Because in order to do something you've never done, you've got to become someone you've never been. Einstein said, the thinking that has brought me this far has created some problems that this thinking can't solve. So what Derek does and what Joe is doing and what the other presenters that are coming on here talking about, Felicia and Sandy, is helping people to get a vision of themselves beyond their circumstances, beyond their abuse, beyond being stuck in a life that's not you. They said most people die at age 25 and don't get buried until they're 65, and begin to live their lives in a way that they want to leave their lives, to live a life that will outlive them. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. What questions do you have?
Wow. Wow. That is awesome. Woo. Okay. So he asked for questions. I know it's late. And so he's been with us for quite a while. Matter of fact, he didn't just talk once, he talked twice. He practiced on mute and then he gave it to us, right? And
Thank
so
you.
we could read your lips. You said, "Oh my God."
You can't make this stuff up.
All right, so he's opening up for questions. I mean, we have Cody, Jen, Tamara, who wrote the book Married to Brutality. We have Unique Wright, who actually talks about, exactly what you said, the systems, and she has some AI. And then we have, Derek. We have Coach D in the building. These are my two men. I respect the both of them, and just not even just them individually, but I respect them jointly as men who are leading women because they care, right? Like there's a lot of people that would take you on a journey, but they don't know where they're going. And you don't want to trade places with them. So you can't lead where you've never been. You can't give what you don't have, and you can't teach what you don't know. And so does anyone have any questions for Les Brown? The Les Brown, not just Leslie Brown, but the Les Brown, Mamie Brown, baby boy.
Yes.
All right, so raise your hand. Okay, we see Cody has her hand up. Go ahead, Cody.
So Les, thank you so much for talking to us twice. And my question would be, what is it that someone who's coming into the speaking stage, now that there are so many and you're talking about competitive advantage, what would be the first thing that someone could do to put themselves forward as an action step with what they have now, if it's not, a whole bunch of money?
Cody, here's what that's very important. Number one, you want to get a coach that has a reputation, an established reputation and credibility and experience where you are, okay, in the area where you are. A lot of people are attaching themselves to people who are very good at marketing on the internet. But I want you to keep this in mind, Cody. I want you to write this down. Impact. You want to have a coach work with you who has experience that can help you to extract your story and be able to create impact with your story, a signature message that you become known for. We know about T.D. Jakes because he gave a sermon called Woman Thou Art Loose. We know about Malcolm X by Any Means Necessary, Dr. King, I Have a Dream, Barack Obama, The Audacity of Hope, and Juanita Bynum, No More Sheets, Les Brown, You Gotta Be Hungry. And so there is a signature message in you that you have, that you've overcome some things, or you have knowledge that you want to share with people, and have that coach able to share with you. If you listen to me, I use quotes and create openings in the message strategically to bring the audience in. So the message that I'm giving and the story that I'm telling is not about me. It's about the audience. And the young lady that came on and talked about the tragedy that she went through, that's why if I was coaching her and working with her, I would give her a title of a book, You Are Still Here. Ladies and gentlemen, I went through a variety of things in my life. I lost my mother, I lost my father, I lost a brother. I mean, close relatives in a very short time, back to back to back. Have you ever had some things happen to you and just back to back, and you just say, can't nothing else happen? And it did. It did. You know what? That's called life. And I didn't ask, why did this have to happen to me? And I'm encouraging you, don't ask that question. Why not you? Who would you suggest? Life be lifing. It is coming for us every day. You're living in a time it's not safe to go to church. It's not safe to go to the service station and pump your gas. It's not safe to go to an ATM machine. It's not safe to go to some type of public gathering. We were not built for this. And we're in it. And we have to find a way to turn our adversity to our advantage. And that's what I'm doing. I had to face myself and say, hey, Felicia, you're still here. There are people dying who never forward now because life is happening to all of us. Am I making sense? Just somebody just wave your hand or something. Let me know that I'm making sense up in here.
I knew it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, awesome. We have
You're welcome.
Jen is from Venezuela, and she's on It's Global Women Speakers, and she has a question. So Jen, over to you.
Yes, hi Les.
Hi,
it's
Jen.
nice to see you again, sweetheart. I love you. Thank you so much for every nugget, every thing you said is like, aha moment. In this evolution you're talking about, how can, for example, in my case as a personal branding coach, how can I just mix? I don't think he's hearing me. Okay, yeah. How can I mix personal branding? I know how to mix this. It's just I don't know how to speak it as a speaker, how to bring it to people. Astrology and personal branding. I'm trying to make people understand how important it is to know themselves, to be a personal brand, and to take the help in every way we can to be a really, really good and real personal brand.
Well, what do you call a personal brand?
What we are.
No, I'm talking about you. No, I'm talking about you. What do you call a personal brand?
About me?
Yes.
As a personal brand,
what's the message? What's the message that you want to give people?
How important it is to really know themselves, to really overcome every story we have.
And what is it? And what is it? What is it that you use to help them to do that?
Astrology and my experience.
Now, let me ask you something. Are you coachable?
What? Sorry?
Are you coachable?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Of course.
There was a guy who wanted to introduce to the medical profession the value of meditation. And when he approached various hospitals and doctors, they said, "Oh, that's woo-woo." And they dismissed him. So a person who was working with him who had a marketing concept said, "Don't talk to them about meditation, transcendental meditation. Talk to them about helping people to have a relaxation response to the challenges of life." And they embraced it. And he had already written a book on transcendental meditation. And he went right back with the same book, and all he did was change the title of Relaxation Response. And they bought it. And now, because of that, that book has been in hospitals and medical facilities all around the world. My former wife, Gladys Knight, the title of a song that she became famous for, originally it was Midnight Plane to Houston. Her brother Bubba said, "We don't like to fly." He said, "No, this is a country and western song." And the guy asked, "How y'all travel?" He said, "On a train." And then Gladys said, "And we don't live in Houston." He said, "Where do y'all live?" "In Georgia." And so what's the point? "Do you mind if we call it Midnight Train to Georgia?" He said, "Will you still record it?" They said, "Yes." So the rest is history. I was not one of the pips. I was the conductor of the Midnight Train, but that's another call. So what I'm saying is languaging is everything. So here's how I see you. What is your first name again?
Jen.
Hi, my name is Jen. I want you to think about your life and think about your goals in and out of the pandemic and what is it you want to do with your life. And as you think about it, your personal goals, your financial goals, and your family goals, that our family is very important. What goes on in our personal lives affect all areas of our lives. and your business and your career. And as you think about them, I want to share with you what I do. I want you to write this down. I help you to get in alignment. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us can agree there are things that affect us that most of us are not aware of. And I will teach you techniques and strategies and how to get in alignment to discover who you are. God asked Adam, Adam, where are you? That was not a location question. He wanted Adam to think. You're made in my likeness and image. You've been given authority and dominion over everything. You have within you to do more and to have more and to experience more in this thing called life. If that's what you're looking for, evolving to the next level, because you don't get in life what you want, you get in life what you are. I'm your girl because I can take you there like the Staple Singers. Oh, behave.
Oh my God. Thank you so much, Les.
Because a lot of people, when you say astrology, they're turned off. Christians,
Yeah.
Buddhists, religious people, they're turned off. What you're doing is helping people to get in alignment. So the guy was still teaching people the strategies from transcendental meditation, but he just gave it another title, the relaxation response. And as a result, people embraced it. Words are very important. There are many people who have great stories, but because they haven't had coaching with someone who's seasoned, who's knowledgeable, and who's been doing this to help them to see what they can't see. All of us have scotomas. And so therefore, it's very important that we can get some caring feedback that will allow us to become, as Mother Teresa would say, a pencil in the hand of God, to turn the page and start writing a new chapter with our lives.
Woo, my job.
Thank you so much, Les.
That has been our Sunday speaker series. He has spoken. It is over. Pass the plate. It's time for tithes. All right. So Les, you kept saying Felicia, and she actually came back. She was like, please, 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 may I ask the Les Brown a question? And so she is the one who lost her parents in 6 months. She's the one who had the son that was 9 years old that found his uncle dead face down. She's the one who lost everything, became a caregiver. And so Felicia, the floor is yours, and you can ask the Les Brown anything that you want. He's a big guy. He can handle himself.
Okay. I think, is he still muted?
Felicia, no, go ahead.
Oh, yes. So first off, thank you, Les Brown. I have been listening to you since I was like 19 years old. And I'm just so appreciative of this information that you gave. And I always said, I want to be just like Les Brown. I want to be just like Les Brown. Oh, he's pointing at his ear. I don't know. Can you hear us? He was pointing at his ear.
Can you hear us, Les? Everyone did the sign so he could understand us.
Nope.
Les?
What about now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yay.
Welcome back.
Yes.
What are y'all doing?
So, I don't know.
First, I needed my earplugs. Did y'all hear what I shared? What I was doing the story earlier?
Yeah, we heard the story, yes, but we didn't hear when Felicia started talking. So Felicia, let's take two. Felicia, ask your question. The floor is yours.
Okay, so what I wanted to know from Les is, how would you tell someone like me to leverage their story, because even though I am in retirement planning and life insurance, I would like to be able to use my story and leverage my speaking skills to another level. Because a lot of times when I am speaking, like today I spoke to a group of women, and I think I feed off audiences. So it's very hard when I'm doing this virtually, but as I'm speaking to the audiences, I'm getting a lot of feedback. People are literally gasping because I think people can really relate to my story, because what most people don't realize is that when you talk about caring for people over a decade of being helpless and not being able to, make them better, you're changing diapers, you're giving insulin shots, you're calming medication, you're doing all these things that a whole hospital or nursing home would do, but you're doing it by yourself with no help. And so I help people every day. I'm very passionate about it.
Okay, let me. Do you mind if I come in here and suggest to you and
Yeah.
answer your question, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we're living in what is called the sandwich generation. I had a lot of tragedies that take place in my life, and I found myself sandwiched between taking care of my loved ones, the people who took care of me, and taking care of my son. And it was challenging. I want you to write this down. Something that Jan Levant said. People talk about the caregiver syndrome, but there's something that she said that I adhere to. She said, give to yourself until your cup runneth over, and then give to others from the overflow. And I realized in the midst of all the things that I was doing, I had to carve out time. It was not about balance. It was about integrating the things that I needed to do to take care of me. Because if something happened to me, there would be no one coming to rescue me. And so I had to take care of myself in the process. Give to yourself until your cup runneth over. And I had to learn how to give to my family members from the overflow. And fortunately, I had my son to help me. Life be lifing. Life happens to all of us. Most people say life is short. No, life is not short. Just most people take too long to start living. The other thing that's very important right now is you have to ask yourself the question, what if? What if somebody ran a red light and struck your car and you were disabled? What protection do you have? I had to look at that. This became my passion. I turned my pain into my purpose because I knew that there are a lot of people that are facing what I'm dealing with now as I talk to you. You know, when things go wrong, don't go with them. I'm teaching people that. I'm teaching people how to begin, to stop, think, observe, and perceive. That most people go through life reacting, and this is a time we have to stop.
This is so hilarious because now we have a saying, right? So here's the deal. Like we have our own little secret code now. Whenever he sees a global women speakers, we're going to go like this. And he is going to know. So he actually got kicked off his Wi-Fi or whatever that may be. So once again, for those of you who are watching this live in our Facebook group or on LinkedIn, on YouTube, or even on Twitter. My name is Dr. Tina D. Lewis. I'm originally from Southern California, and we are waiting for a very special guest to chime in. I just wanted to let you know that I am the founder of this amazing group, and it wasn't easy, and it still isn't, but I just want to share a little bit about my story. I was pregnant at 18, had my daughter at 19. Was on welfare. I literally lived in the projects, and I can tell you, I lived in areas that I wouldn't walk there in the daytime. But I'm here to tell you that that had to happen to me because of what I developed when I was 10 years old. I was in the 5th grade at 10 years old. My mom was in a near fatal car accident. And for Thanksgiving, when all of the other children were sitting at the dinner table, passing that pumpkin pie, that turkey, that ham, well, my siblings and we were being escorted to the hospital to see my mom and just thanking God that he spared her life. Same thing for Christmas, when all the other children were ripping open those gifts, exposing their Easy Bake Ovens, their Nintendos, their toys. My siblings and I were still being escorted to the hospital, just thanking God that my mom's life was our gift. And so something developed in me at 10 years old. Well, I made a decision because after my mom got out of the hospital, she got divorced from my stepdad, and our life spiraled downward so rapidly, I didn't know what hit me. But I can tell you that those attributes that I developed at 10, I said I would never, did I say never? I would never allow anyone, including the government or the president, to be in control of my zip code, be in control of what I ate or what I wore or where I lived. And so I made my first 6 figures in 45 days. How can that happen? Medical school didn't teach me that, but I had a full academic scholarship to USC. And I actually think we have the Les Brown back. So I had to say that because most oftentimes, as I shared with Coach Derek Harper Sr., that people see our glory, but they don't know our story. They see me island hopping in Greece from Santorini to Mykonos, right? To Athens, doing a Facebook Live at the top of the Acropolis. How does that happen? How does it happen that me, just little old Tina, could be on Necker Island with nothing but billionaires? How? Relationships, favor. That's how I got there. And so, ladies, if you are listening to the sound of my voice, I'm here to tell you that it's not over until you win. If you are not winning in this season, it is not over. It may be halftime. It may even be 4th quarter. But I'm here to tell you, it is not over until you win. It is not over till you win. And those obstacles that are in your life, I can tell you this. When I was living in the projects, I used to take my daughter, and we would go to dinner in Marina Del Rey to the Cheesecake Factory. It's on the water. Like, I loved it. And so I would drive my daughter. We would drive like 45 minutes there. And I used to say, I'm going to live over here one day. I'm going to live over here one day. And everyone was like, how are you going to live over there? Like, it was far away. And all I could tell you is that I lived there. A 2-bedroom, 2-bath penthouse, not the 2nd floor, 3rd, the penthouse. It was overlooking the water. The same restaurant that I used to drive from the projects to go eat with my daughter. To be able to go from the projects to the penthouse, literally, is nothing shy of amazing. And I don't know what your projects is. It may be alcoholism. It may be molestation. It may be spousal abuse. It may be police brutality like Tamara's going to share. It may be some of those things. That may be your projects. I always tell people, don't judge. Don't judge, because it's not how you start, it's how you finish. So that may be your projects. Your projects may be the lack of money consistently. It may be ego. It may be some of those things. But I'm here to tell you that the penthouse is waiting. Whatever your penthouse may be, it's analogous, right? It's an analogy. It does not matter what your penthouse is. I'm just here to tell you that you are not at your destination. I am not at my destination. I know it's a journey. I know it's a journey. I know you have big goals. I know that he's not finished yet. God doesn't keep anything he can't use, and we are all still here because he is not done yet. We are not finished with our assignment. We are not finished with our assignment. And those of you who are saying, you know what, I'm good, I'm comfortable where I am, I'm here to tell you that John C. Maxwell says either you're growing or you're dying. Either you are growing or you're dying. There's no such thing as staying the same. If you're not exercising to get strength, you're becoming weaker. Either you're getting stronger or you're getting weaker. There's no such thing as staying the same. Everything grows. There's a season for everything. If you're not reading, if you're not around people who elevate you, who stretch you, if you're not getting smarter, you're becoming the opposite. And so I'm here to tell you that you have to move. That's how you create momentum, by moving. And this is the last thing that I'll add. And I'm looking backstage. I don't see my special guest yet, but this is the last thing that I'll add. And then I'm going to yield the floor. There's something about making a decision. The word decide comes from decision. And decide, the DE, the prefix, means to turn away from. It means to go in a whole different direction, detour. And the suffix side, C-I-D-E, that means to kill. Kill all other options. Side, homicide, suicide. That means to kill. So you don't need a plan B. It doesn't have to be like, oh, I'm going to do plan B. No, you don't change the destination. You just change the vehicle. You may have thought credit repair. You may have thought coaching, or you may have thought authoring or consulting. You may have thought all of those things was the vehicle to get you to your destination. Here's the deal. Your career is what you're paid for, but your calling is what you're made for. Your career is what you're paid for, but your calling is what you're made for. And so you may have to change vehicles to get to that destination, to get to that purpose of what you were created specifically for. I know sometimes I like to catch, a straight flight. I don't like layovers, except if I'm traveling international, I'll get a layover in Paris or Dubai, or a layover in some country that I've never been. And I make it a long layover. I was traveling to Dubai, I got a layover in Paris. But once again, I don't like layovers, but you're going to make it intentional and purposeful. Now, if I was just going to Atlanta, I do not want a layover in Dallas. For what? I just want to get straight there to do what I intend to do. Speaking of Atlanta, for those of you who are listening, Les, myself, I don't know if Derek said yes and he's joining us yet, but it's going to be something big in Atlanta, and it's only for the few. Just like Les said, for many are called, but few chosen. For many are called, but few chosen. We're looking for heart-centered entrepreneurs. This is free. This is complimentary. Derek just invited you to a free webinar at 9 p.m. Eastern. And so I'm here to tell you, it's alignment before assignment, alignment before assignment. And so, ladies, I am Dr. Tina D. Lewis. That is my story, and I'm sticking to it. And so, Derek, I know you're going to have to go shortly. And so before you do, is there anything you would like to say to the ladies before we bring the Les Brown back into the building?
Yeah, so it's just one of the things, and Les got me motivated to even want to speak. There's a lot of little things that he said that, now when I get on the stage, of course, like I always say, repetition creates reputation, right? Whatever you do the most of is what you become known for, right? So one of the questions that I want to ask the queens that's up here is, why do you guys think the lion is the king of the jungle?
Oh, let me get the other ladies in too. Let's see, because let's get all the ladies in. Let's see. Okay.
Repeat the question one more time.
Yeah, why do you think the lion is the king of the jungle?
Because she assists the man in making him as powerful as he can be.
Okay. So did you watch Lion King?
Yes.
Did you wonder why Mufasa didn't fall on all fours?
Because he had the vision of his wife, knowing that he had to take control of his wife, and knowing that he had to have that power is the reason why he did not fall. He had to do it for her.
Oh, gotcha. So you pro woman. I love it. I love it. So, but the reality is the lion is the only animal in the jungle that's asymmetrical in strength. And
Wow.
they taught you that through Lion King, right? What most people don't know is every cat, if you look at every single cat, they fall on all fours. Also, it means that every cat is symmetrical in strength. But the lion's right side of the body is 5 times stronger than the left side of the body. They always talk about the lions in packs, right? But they never talk about the lion if you actually had to strategically fight head to head with the lion and the tiger. The tiger, especially if it's a Siberian tiger, is physically bigger than the lion, right? But if the lion and the tiger goes head to head, the lion is going to lead with the left side of his body, knowing that the right side of his body is 5 times stronger. So what is the tiger going to do? Fight down to the level of the competition. And a lot of us go down to the level of the competition. So a lot of us say, hey, we want to save, and we have a scarcity mindset, which means we don't build outside of that. But when you realize that once the tiger goes into the lion head to head, the lion fights down to the level of the competition, the tiger can come over with 5 times the strength and dismantle the tiger, right? And you know what's even better about that story is I made it up. I actually don't know anything about a lion or a tiger. But one of the things that I learned, though, is if I speak with confidence and you weren't the expert there, you automatically was trying to figure out who you was going to tell it to, right? So a lot of us actually don't go on stage and we don't speak because we think about the information that we don't have instead of the confidence that we do have. And what I realized is if you are good or if you want to actually put yourself out there in something, I will probably start leading with confidence more. I would probably start getting in the mirror more and create that repetition, because the repetition is going to create your reputation. Also, if you do make a mistake, you can always go back and correct it, because now that gives credibility and it gives accountability on yourself, so that therefore somebody will always need a version B or version C from you. But if you actually demand and lead the stage, it doesn't matter what you're talking about. Just don't go up there and lie to the people. What matters, though, is having that confidence when you do go up there and stop worrying about what you don't have. Most people fail when they're speaking based on what they don't have. And so therefore, now you start tricking yourself out in the back of the head. But you want to make sure you lead with confidence, and that confidence is going to have people not being able to wait to be able to talk to somebody about something. So by a show of hands, how many of y'all was already thinking of who y'all was going to tell that lion story to? A lot of people, right? And they're like, man, the crazy thing.
As soon as you get off this call, as when you go on your 9 o'clock call, I'm going to introduce myself and say that again.
That's it. But, but what I love about that, though, is just that confidence. Just start leading with it. Because, I was born with a jaw deformity. I didn't say my first words until I was about 4. Well, actually, my first sentences, right? I was in speech classes. They put me in special ed because they told me that nobody would want to hear me speak. Now I get $20,000 and $30,000 and $40,000 for events sometimes, right? With the same jaw deformity, with the same, coming out of the same household I came out of. But the thing is no, as long as I believe nobody wanted to hear me speak, then I wasn't going to be confident enough to go up there. But once I built enough confidence, I forgot about every deformity that I had in my life. And I think that if we stop thinking about who we were and start thinking about how we see ourselves, because when we introduce ourselves, when you meet somebody, you don't meet them, you meet who they want to be, right? So a person might actually just got their real estate license, right? But when you say, hey, my name is Derek such and such, you're going to be like, oh yeah, hey, I'm a real estate agent, right? And you're going to automatically hope that I assume that you're a successful real estate agent, even though you haven't did anything yet. So now if you're meeting people based on who they feel they are and where they feel they are, or where they feel they at, you got to actually become the same person. And once you're confident enough to say, hey, this is me, this is who I am, this, it's no longer a representative, you actually start to walk into that with confidence, though. So I just wanted to kind of leave you guys with that. I'm no speaker coach or anything like that. It's just that I always lead with some kind of confidence booster to get the crowd. And it's easier to connect that way. So, appreciate you, Tina, for having me on here. Anything you need, I'm here to serve, as long as I'm not booked for another event. Just for you to be able to think about me, to come and pour into your audience. Like I said, the connections is better than anything. So it's about serving at this point.
Well, you know what, Derek, I don't take it lightly because I know you could have been preparing for your webinar, your event. The fact that you just said yes and you showed up. I mean, I asked you today,
right,
hours before the event. And so most people will, I want you guys to learn something from that, ladies, that are listening, whether it's Facebook or LinkedIn. It's always going to be no if you don't ask. It's always going to be no if you don't ask. Stop assuming, right? One of the 4 agreements, never make any assumptions. Stop assuming what the other person is going to say. Oh, well, it's not enough time. He's busy. No, go for the ask. Go for the ask. I will go for the ask. I'll say, just come on for 10 minutes. I will go for the ask. And so because of that, we were able to have the Derek Harper Sr. on the line. And ladies, he is very humble because I've watched him for years, like literally years. My clients would say, oh, have you heard of him? I'm like, oh yeah, I heard of him, but I didn't know much about him. And I'm not in his program, right? But he has a free group that you want to capitalize on. And so I was there and I needed a speaker one day and we were going to Dubai or something. And I just reached out to him. You have to stop being scared. Stop being afraid, because God, when people pray, he doesn't go poof and things happen. That's not how it works. Yep. He answers your prayers, your petitions through people, circumstances, the Bible, church, tragedy, right? There's multiple ways to have your prayers answered. And I'm speaking for those, who are of the faith and believe that. I don't know any other way, but it doesn't go poof. You have to do something. You have to move. There's a scripture that most people say all the time, but we don't do it. It says faith without works is dead. Faith without works is dead. Believing something, but not doing something to operate with expectation or believe that that's going to happen. It's not going to happen. I operate with expectation. I expect Derek to show up to one of my events. And if he would have said no today, I would have called him again. No does not mean never. It just means not now. No does not mean never. It just simply means not now. And so what you're searching for is looking for you. And I always say that you can either have what you say or say what you have. I want you to catch that. You can say what you have or have what you say. I'm going to have what I say because I'm the head and not the tail. I'm above and not beneath. I'm the lender and not the borrower. I'm a money magnet. I am a leader. I will build and not destroy. I am necessary. Just like the sun, I am necessary. And so are you. And so, Derek, once again, on behalf of Global Women Speakers, I want you ladies and gentlemen, Kirthi, to come off of mute and please show a hand for the Derek Harper, taking time from his 25 businesses, his wife, his children, his downtime.
Thank you.
And Derek, before you go, let's put some questions up. Derek, are you open for a few questions?
I could take one because they already set up over there. And
well, actually, you know what? No. You're just gonna have to come back. I'm not gonna take just
most definitely. Yeah. I want to be fair to everybody. So yeah,
absolutely. I want you to be on to your webinar on time. But I appreciate you, Derek. You are my brother from another mother. I literally am honored. I'm humbled that you chose this stage to embrace on this Sunday evening. So get to your webinar. When we're done, we're all heading over there. I'm bringing the whole crew. Ladies, you coming with me?
Let's go.
With me? We're coming. So it's over. Thanks, Dee. Right. Love you.
Love you too.
Hey, you guys get a photo. And I want you to go to your social media. I want you to tag the Derek Harper because I promise you this. You're going to wish you had this photo. And then, matter of fact, I have to be I'm going to, Derek, before you go, I just want to take one photo with us. Okay, awesome. I'm bringing you all back. Don't worry, ladies. You're just going backstage for a little bit. Kirthi's like, well, I'm not a lady. Why do I got to go? Bye, Kirthi. I'll bring you right back. I love it, Dee. This has been awesome. I am ecstatic. I'm super excited.
Oh, you have an amazing crowd as well. I love their energy. So yeah, being around good energy is more important than anything. So, I'll always come back.
Big energy. Hey.
That's it.
I can't sing. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All righty. Get to class. Talk to you later. Bye.
All right, love you. Bye.
Love you more. All right, we're bringing everybody back. We have Coach Rael is trying to get in. He's just popping in. Make sure I have everyone. Is everyone that's backstage back? Well, Jen, until she comes on camera, I have to put her backstage. Awesome. All right, now with our regular programming, ladies, I know you have been waiting patiently. We have everyone that's on the stage is a speaker, and they've been waiting patiently. But what do you do when you have the Les Brown? What do you bow down? You bow down to the Les Brown. And so you want to stay tuned. If you want to reach out to me, my email is speak@globalwomenspeakers.com. speak@globalwomenspeakers.com, because I'm telling you, you want to be in Atlanta. Anything Les does, you want to make sure that you're there. But anything Global Women Speakers, right? Anything Global Women Speakers, can I hear you? Like anything you guys do, like people need to be tapped in, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I can't hear you. I'm just saying.
Yes.
Yeah. So when we go to Paris, you want to be there. You want to see these ladies on stage sharing their messages, their stories, their products, and their services literally around the globe. We have Paris, Madrid, we have Kenya, right, Kirti? We have Madrid. We're coming to Madrid, Kirti?
Yes, obviously.
Yes, you guys, he is amazing. And so I know he doesn't have a lot of time, but you wanted to invite us to Madrid, and you're giving us a special red carpet for us. So we appreciate you. So ladies, even if you're not on this stage, I know you ladies and gentlemen are watching from LinkedIn, from YouTube, as well as Facebook, but you can go ahead and DM me just the word Madrid. Let me know that you want to speak on the stage in Madrid. Yes. It is April 21st and 22nd, right, Kirti?
Yes, Dr. Tina. Yeah. It's in Madrid, and April 21st and 22nd. It's a nice opportunity, and thanks for giving me this unexpected surprise for me. It's really nice. And most importantly, you introduced Les Brown, which is really motivated, and I hope we'll have all of you on the stage in the Madrid, and we'll have a nice networking there, and a healthy discussion over there. I hope everybody will join. Thank you so much.
No, you are welcome. You are welcome. Listen, I only partner with the best, right? And it's all about collaboration. The 4 pillars of Global Women Speakers. I know somebody knows. Erica, do you know the 4 C's of Global Women Speakers? Anybody know the 4 C's, our 4 pillars? Erica, you got, just give me one, Erica. Community, absolutely. Cody, give me another one.
Collaboration.
Yes, the 4 C's of Global Women Speakers is culture, community, communication, and collaboration. Those are the 4 pillars that holds us up. Culture, community, communication, and collaboration. That is our culture. We buy from each other. We support each other. We are our sister's keeper, not just in word, but also in deed. So if you're interested about being a part of the #1 platform on the planet to help women entrepreneurs share their messages, their services, and their products around the globe, it is Global Women Speakers. I'm just saying, you have no idea the list that we have, the resources that we have. So Kirti, thank you so much. And now we have the Unique, Coach Unique. She's going to talk about our products after Unique. I mean, if some of you have to go, I get it. I totally understand. And that's why when people come on our stage, I let them know it's not a structure in regards to just the same old. It's a little different. You get to interact. You get to, meet other people. We're going to go into breakout rooms and all kind of other things. And we said it's going to, Cody, I don't know. Can you let them know, like our grand finale, we said it was going to be 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. Can you share with them the grand finale that we had in December? How long was that?
That was a lovely, a magnificent 14 hours.
14 hours. We had a 14-hour summit. Ridiculous. Why go days? We just did it in a day. We just got it over. And they were like, you know what? This is New Year's. I want to have a summit on New Year's. Everyone's like, Tina, are you sure? Is someone going to come? I'm like, it doesn't matter. The people that were meant to be there, the people who wanted, the people who are hungry, the people who we are assigned to will show up. And not only did they show up, they showed up and stayed. Cody, how long was our first ever Sunday Speaker Series sponsored by Global Women Speakers? How long was that?
I believe that one was also 14 hours.
It was actually 12. It was a plus.
Okay.
You guys tried to make me do it. They were like, come on, we still have more. I'm like, we can't, I'm done. So yes, so I just wanted to say thanks again for coming and being a part of our Sunday Speaker Series, where we have the best upcoming, professional, profound, expert mastery speakers from all over. It's just not a, it's not simply an organization for those who already have it. It's also for those who want it, because that's what we do. We just feel if we don't reach back and bring everyone else up, then we're not operating in our gifts, because it's not about us. It is never about you. It's so much bigger than each and every one of us. And I can tell you, if you're not there yet, I get it, because I wasn't either. It was always about me. I wanted to be number one. I wanted to be the best. I wanted to be the only one. And then, I don't know, something happened. And I just believe that at one point in all of our lives, we have to get past a point of being successful and making money and truly start living a life of significance and contribution. And that's where I am now. And I'm still growing. I'm a work under construction on a consistent basis. And so unique marketing, I would love for you to simply share your story, share your products, just share. And then Sandra, Tamara, how are you on time? She's standing there looking all pretty. She's like, okay.
Yeah, I have to pick up my daughter from the movies, but I can be on for a little bit more.
Okay, perfect. Okay, excellent. So with that being said, we're going to go over to Unique on the East Coast. It's almost 10 o'clock over there, and they are so patient. So thank you for that. I love it, love it, love it. Love it. You guys are absolutely amazing. So Unique is a marketing consultant. She is a wife. She is absolutely incredible. And what she has is something called the 12 steps. When she told me about it, I'm like, I don't drink. She has 12 steps. I'm like, I don't drink. Like, what are you talking about? But she is one of our newest members of the Global Women Speakers. Woo! So, I mean, so far, what has been your experience with Global Women Speakers?
It has been a very awesome experience with them. I love the energy. I love the power. I love the opportunities to be, especially now I'm on stage with Les Brown. Like, where can you get that at after just signing up? Like, that is just like super awesome. So I'm excited. I'm super excited.
Love it, love it, love it. Matter of fact, I mean, this morning you and I were on the phone, right? I mean, where else could you get all of that, right? The personal touch and be on stage with Les Brown all in one day. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm just going to move myself to the back. I am going to head and yield the floor to none other than the Unique Right. Over to you.
Hello, guys. How are you tonight? I'm super excited about being on this stage. I'm super excited to show you my opportunity and tell you more about what I'm doing. Do you want more money in your company, more time to spend with your family? We just heard those stories about you losing your family, and now you want to be a business owner and your family gets sick and you don't have that time or that money. Are you dying for more customers to put out there so that you can eliminate some of that old inventory that you have, get rid of it so you can get new stuff in, present new products? I am here. I have 12 proven strategies that will help you take your business to that next level. They're marketing domination positions, knowing what that is, knowing who your target market is. Les said, once you are out here talking to the people who you want to talk to, and you don't need thousands of followers if you know exactly who you want to talk to, right? That's true? Can I get some comments in the chat? Can I get a 1 or 2 in the chat? If you know who you're talking to, you don't need a whole lot of people to comment or to follow you, right? Making sure you're compelling those people to buy and they're interested. You want a compelling offer that will get their attention so much that they will feel like they're an idiot if they do not buy it. These are the things that I teach in my class. Social media platforms. where you can get the most important engagement on your Instagram, on your Facebook, on your LinkedIn. Depending on which platform you are, you want to make sure you're giving that perfect message to those people. So going through my 12 steps, which is a 12-week class, teaches you these 12 strategies and more strategies that I won't get into right now. I want you to understand that these are all proven strategies. These will all help you scale your business to the next level. These all will allow you to have the opportunity for you to spend the time with your family that's much needed. That freedom, the reason why you became a business owner is because you wanted that freedom. When I was a single mom and I was raising my daughter, my personal mother did not come to my basketball games, my track games, my recital games, my recording, all of these things that when I did stuff at school, my mother wasn't there for me. And that made me like feel some type of way about, being a mom. I became a mom at 18 like Tina has. And I had to figure out how I could be a mother, run a business, and be at my kids' events. So you have to automate your business so that you can get these dynamic results and be able to spend that quality time with your family. It took me years to learn these methods. I wish I knew them 10, 20 years ago, but it took me years to learn these methods. And I'm here right now to give them to you so that you can be the best person that you can be. You can spend that extra time with your spouse. You can spend that extra time with your grandparents and everybody else. If you did not know, it takes 8 to 12 times for people to buy from you. 8 to 12 times. So I want action takers. I want people who want to get in front of their clients, the people who want to get in front of the person who's going to spend the money, to have more reoccurring clients that come back over and over and over and over again to buy your product. Isn't that what you want? If anybody left here, please put a 1 in the chat. Please put a yes in the chat if that is something that you guys desire. I am looking at the chat. Let's see. Somebody put some 1s in the chat if that is something that you desire and something that you are very interested in getting in your life. More consistent income, more time with your family. If that's something you're interested in, let me know. I have dropped my Instagram link in the chat right now. I dropped my Instagram in the chat. And what I would like you guys to do is go to my Instagram. If you're interested in this 12-week program, go to my Instagram right now. I want action takers because I want to see these coming in to my Instagram right now. For whatever channel you are, go to my Instagram. I am Unique Right. I am Unique Right on Instagram. Find me on Instagram. I am Unique Right. Okay? I am your personal marketing coach. Go to Instagram right now. Go into my DMs and make sure you send me a DM that says beta, B-E-T-A, beta. You want to be a part of this 12-week beta program. Now, when I get to this, you're going to be amazed. You're going to be amazed at what I'm offering. This is a $11,000 value that I'm giving you guys. $11,000. This is 12 hours of group sessions. This is 3 hours of one-on-one session. I normally charge like $299 for just one-on-one sessions their own. You get accountability group every week. You get to learn these 12 strategies. We're actually going to implement them into your business, right? So we're going to teach you social media, email marketing, how to be present, how to be consistent, how to automate those things so you have the time, how to get to your customers more often. Make sure you're in front of them so they do not forget who you are. Because what happens to you when you go off of social media? You are forgotten. People forget about who you are. So you have to stay in their heads. You have to stay in their memories, right? if you don't know, you know Les Brown because he's always on these stages. He's always being seen. We know Tina because she's always being seen. She's always staying in front of us. So if you want to be in front of us and you want to make that impact on your customers, imagine how much more money you can make. We could take your 5-figure into 6 figures, your 6 figures to 10 figures, your 10 figures to 11 figures, and let's keep on going like that. I'm here to make sure that you grow the business that you always desire. I make sure that you're here to make those naysayers, the people who didn't believe in you, the people who said, oh, you should do this, you should do that. Why would you want to start a little business? You know, those people, I'm going to show you proven strategies that will get their attention and get everybody else's attention, and you will be making the money that you desire. So, needless to say, this program is a 12-week program, and it's only $199. $199, $200. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. That is Sunday brunch for me. You know what I mean? Endless mimosas is $50. The brunch is $85. Parking was $25. And what did you get out of that but a stomach ache, right? So at the end of the day, I want to show you what that same $200 can do for you. And because you are part of Women Global Speakers Network, because you're in this room today, because you are, for the next 24 hours, you have until Monday at 11:59 a.m., not p.m., a.m., because the first class starts at noon. You have till 11:59 a.m. If you put in, after you DM me, and I send you the code, if you put in 45 off, you will get $45 off. So now this awesome program is only going to cost you $157. Again, class starts on Monday, and the $45 off only lasts until Monday at 11:59 before the first class starts. So I need to be able to send you an email to tell you how to get into the first class. So make sure you guys take that time and join. Make sure you do these things so that you can transform, evolutionary your business, create an evolution in your business. I am Unique Wright, your personal marketing coach, and that's what I have to offer. Let me know if you have any questions about this, and send me a DM right now, and I will send you the link and the promo code, and we can let's get to this money in 2023. They say it's a recession. They say that, you know, a pandemic's happening. It's not for you. No pandemic for you. All right. You guys, you have a great day.
I love that. Yes. Unique is truly, you know, that is awesome. Like literally a 12-step program. So a Unique, they were in Facebook saying, oh my gosh, her program is amazing. Oh my gosh, she's awesome. And so I'm going to ask you a couple questions.
Yes.
So the reality is, so let's just say, I mean, wait, first of all, let's talk about the price. Like you said, $200.
I said
$200.
$200, just a measly old $200.
Wait, is that has to be strictly for today and Global Women Speakers discount? Like, because I know you shared with me from the 12 weeks, like 3 months of actionable, proven hacks, strategies, blueprints, so many other things. Like, this is awesome. And so what I would like to do is, are you open to gifting one of those to someone who's watching either by Facebook or LinkedIn?
I would love to gift one. Yes, I'll do that.
Fantastic. So you see the kind of people that we have on stage, because we have had people who had major programs. Like we had Kayla. She is a member of Global Women Speakers. She is Rebrand Land. You want to make sure you connect with Kayla. Not only that, we had women who literally just hit, I mean, in September, she was shy of 100 grand. She was shy of earning 6 figures in her business. And she just said, you know what, I'm going to make a commitment. She had a miscarriage. It was a plethora of things that she could have made excuses of why she didn't hit her financial goal. But you know what? That's not what happened. She went into overdrive. She went into that little space that we all have that causes us to be professionals, professional athletes. You know, when you're tired, you're running your race and you get tired and you start to slow down, but there's something that's inbred in your DNA that says, no, go faster. You're like, how can I go faster? And I could barely breathe, go faster. Like you hear this voice and you're like, I can't. And then next thing you know, you go fast and you become an Olympic gold medalist. How does that happen? Well, that's exactly what happens. I know for a fact that right now it is the 22nd of January. This is the fourth quarter. This is the fourth quarter. January is almost over. It's over, but you still have 8 days left. What are you going to do with those 8 days? What are you going to do with those 8 days? I know for a fact that champions are made in the fourth quarter. Have you ever watched a sporting event where one team was just down? They were counted out. They were counted out. It was OVER. That's what everyone else thought, right? But you know what happened? That team, Monique, right? Like, what happened? Like, what happened? They end up what?
Coming back for more, winning.
Yes.
Hey, I'm an Atlanta Falcons person, and our team was up. We thought we were winning. We were up, and guess they came for us. And unfortunately, we were not the Patriots. We were not the winners. But at that time, they came for us. So no matter where you are in your business and where you think you are, you can always come back. They broke records. We can make you break records. And those are the things that, as long as you apply yourself and get back in that gym and motivate yourself and get that mindset right, let's make you a winner.
Absolutely. I absolutely love that. And so champions are made in the fourth quarter. I come from the era of where we had Lakers and the Celtics. They were always rivals, right? And I remember games where the Lakers were down and people were getting out of their seats and they were leaving the arena because they assumed in their minds that it was over. But you know what? That wasn't the case. The Lakers came back and beat the Celtics just by a minimal amount. But the key word is they still won. And so I want to share this with you, no matter where you are in your life, in your business, in your relationships. It is the fourth quarter, but you can stop at any point in your life and say, this is not how the story is going to end. This is not how the story is going to end. I've done it multiple times. I'm still doing it to this day. And so when you get another chance, you take advantage of it. You dominate your day. Use every single second. Because I remember someone telling me that I have the same amount of time that Dr. Tina D. Lewis, has the exact same time in a day that Donald Trump has, that Mark Cuban has, that Richard Branson has, that Mark Zuckerberg has, that Oprah Winfrey, that Helen Keller was blind. She could not see. And she said, you know what's worse than not having eyesight is not having vision. What is your vision? I said it before, your career is what you're paid for, but your calling is what you're made for. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm ecstatic. I am on fire. I feel like getting up. I feel like getting up and running around this building here today on January 22nd on the 4th Sunday Speaker Series, sponsored by Global Women Speakers. Matter of fact, if you would like to be a sponsor and have your name blasted everywhere for Global Women Speakers, then go ahead and send me an email at speak@globalwomenspeakers, and we would love to have you as our sponsor. I'm going to bring everyone back in because I know for a fact that they enjoyed unique marketing just as much as I did. So with that being said, does anyone have any questions for Miss Unique Marketing Coach, Miss Wright? Any questions at all? All righty. Well, thank you so much. I want you to give them your contact information one more time, because I'm going to say this. Marketing means money. Marketing means money. It's not who's the best. It's who's the best known. It's who's the best known. How many of you wouldn't hire someone unless you heard of them or you've seen them? That's the reality. It's who's the best known. And here at Global Women Speakers, we make sure you get the visibility that leads to the exposure and the credibility, because that, my friends, equals profitability. And no matter who you are here to be profitable in your business. You are creating a legacy. And I'm going to leave you with this. That's why it's so important to support small businesses. It is urgent that you support small businesses, because when you support and patronize a small business, you're helping them pay for their kids' braces, private school, gas, groceries, college. And so I am going to encourage each of you to not wait until November, the day after Thanksgiving, that weekend, Small Business Saturday. I'm going to commission you. I'm going to beseech you to take every single day as if it is Small Business Day. Support a small business. Support an entrepreneur. Support a mompreneur. Support a solopreneur. And so with that being said, I'm ecstatic. I am blown away at the guests that we have had, not just here today, but the other 3 Sundays preceding today. And there is a speaker that's going to come on next Sunday. I will not say any names, but I will say that you would never know who will grace the stage of Global Women Speakers, especially on our Sunday speaker series. I am, woo! I'm on fire. Somebody put water on me. Call 911. I'm on fire. I don't know about you, but I will have fun all by myself. I will have fun all by myself. So Unique Marketing, thank you so much. Give your contact, please. Once again, give your contact. How can they get in contact with you? Because if I don't know anything else, I know that marketing means money. And number 2, we all could use that 12 steps.
So you can find me on all social media platforms. I am Unique Right. I am Unique Right on all platforms. You can go to my website. It's uniqueright.com, or I am Unique Right Marketing. Google I am Unique Right. Google Unique Right, and you can find me. This is the things that I'm going to do for your business. Just Google Unique Right, and I guarantee you my name comes up to the top of the first 3 or 4 pages. Unique at IamUniqueMarketing.com.
Wait, hold on. You just said your name is going to come up, like
Google me.
Really, you're like, I'm Googleable, right? So can you do that for other people? Because that's the key. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not about what you can do for yourself, right? It's about what you can do for other people. And Unique is saying, tap into my 12 steps. I'm going to show you how to be Googleable, right? Yes. If that's even a word, Googleable, right? So reach out to Unique Right. Unique, it's been an honor. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, will it be Sandra from Canada? Will it be Tamara from California? Okay, it's going to look, there you go. It's like she raised her hand. So with that being said, I want to introduce you to this young lady that I actually met on Clubhouse. I had the first ever. Did I say the first ever?
The first ever.
I had the first ever Women's Day Summit on Clubhouse. It was not for hours. It was not for days. I mean, it was for what? How many? 72 hours? 72 hours. I don't know what's wrong with me, you guys, but I have this inclination to simply do more, right? I'm like, no, there's more people. There's more speakers and it's a vocal. So please. So we did 72 hours long, and that's where I was fortunate to meet the Sandra Horton. She is an expert. She's a professional. She is a leadership mastery, and the tips and the hacks that she teaches. Listen, if you are a Fortune 100 company or Fortune 1000 company, you really need to go to LinkedIn right now and look up Sandra Horton. She is co-authoring a book that she's going to share with you with this other amazing woman. There are so many hidden gems out here, and I am honored downright ecstatic that they have chosen to partner in some capacity with Global Women Speakers. I am going to find every hidden gem that has two X chromosomes, and they are welcome on the stage. You don't have to be an elocutionist. You don't have to speak, you don't have to speak of proper English. No, that's not what it's about, because everyone cannot reach everyone, right? We all have our audience. We have our tribe. Your vibe will attract your tribe. And I am so grateful that I have attracted my tribe. Global Women Speakers is my tribe. Our Sunday Speaker Series and our guests are our tribe. And I am so really indebted to these two that you see on the screen with me, Cody Wassel, as well as Jen Chavez. These two ladies right here on my right and my left, and I use both of them simultaneously and by districts. I cannot do this without them, and you will always see them. Yes, they were on stage with Les Brown. Yes, people were like, well, I want to get, no, it's Cody and Jen, right? And they started with me. I'm not sure if they will end with me, but everything has a season. But what I do know is that I will leave them better than they were than when I found them. And so, ladies, thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here. I appreciate you. So with that being said, I simply want to go ahead and yield the floor to the Sandra J. Horton, all the way from Canada, right? Oh, look at her. Oh,
right.
She's her dance. Yes.
I'm ready. I'm ready, Miss Tina. Thank you, everyone. And, Tina, what a power-packed moments we've had together. So I'm going to continue this, and I'm going to ask and champion you as someone who's going to bring that power. And I'm going to ask you to be open to receive this opportunity. And this is the key. I want you to feel something that you've never felt. I want you to imagine something that perhaps you've never even dreamed possible. And I truly want you to hear the words, yes, I am. What I have found as not only someone who has worked very hard to overcome many things, to produce 2 times international best-selling author, to be an EQ practitioner, all those things truly don't matter. What matters, and like what Tina just said, is the impact that you can leave, the impact that you can make as a leader, whether you're a formal leader or an informal leader. So today, I want to impact you in a powerful way. And again, this is the invitation, this is the opportunity, and the possibility is here. I want to share my 3 L's of conscious leadership. I want you to feel this. Because for me, as a woman who led for 34 years numb, chasing that proverbial golden handshake, really believing that that was the way forward, but yet this emptiness inside ate at me, literally ate at me, until I made the choice to change, to wake up, to go within, to gain clarity and improve my self-awareness. I hope you're feeling that passion and that power, that purpose. Tina talks about this. Divinely called. Anything and all things are possible. So how did I get from then and there to here to now? So let's go through this in rather a quick way. And if you want to lean in, learn more, reach out. But I want you to feel this. And I'm going to ask you to do a few things too. Because if you want to change and you make that choice now, here, today, then when I go through these steps, there's actually 10 strategies. I'm going to go through them quickly. So you got to pay attention now. You will be taking action towards changing your life in just the ease and grace of that moment. So let's dive in. Let's dive into that first L, which is learning. And the other we'll go through is living and then leading. All of us have a beautiful story. We all have an opportunity to be. So what is conscious leadership? That's for us to show up authentically, knowing ourselves without any ego. Can you imagine in your business, in the world, perhaps you are in a corporate job, or perhaps you're leading your own organization. What would it look like if you created the we, not the I, that you guided your organization with an openness that there was no hierarchy? As Jean Hayden beautifully put in her book, Unconscious Leadership, it is said that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with that first step. The first step on our own journey to awaken is to mastering the ego. Think about that. So how do we do that? How do we learn? Well, for me, my story, and Tina has heard my story, is pretty intense. But what I learned most importantly for entrepreneurials is to deal with overcoming and looking specifically at repression of our emotions and our intelligence so that we can feel that we belong. Does this resonate for you? Just consider this. Consider yourself. Have you ever felt like you're a people pleaser? Have you ever attracted those toxic people into your life? Felt your loss of value and heard you say, well, I'm just going to go with the flow. It doesn't really matter. Does my voice really matter? Not really. I'm just going to do that. What happens to you in that learning is that you need to stop and look at your patterns. Look to realize, and this is what I found in my life, that there were repeat patterns in my life that kept showing up in my family. They showed up in the manipulation from others. And importantly, even myself. I was allowing myself to be a survivor, but really was I surviving? Because unfortunately, my early lessons, and this is key, and I want you to put this on a piece of paper now, 3 columns, learn, live, and lead. And I want you to look at yourself. Because what I found is that I had 2 failed marriages. I became competitive. I became an overachiever. I built walls. I built walls, everyone. Do you ever feel like you have walls around you? In any moment, those walls, we need to climb over them. We need to get around them because people feel us. And as a leader, as an entrepreneur, we need to break open and trash through those doors, through those walls. And in doing that, we can then look at our patterns in our life. We don't need to stay there long in that there and then, but in the here and now. What stood out? What were your occurrences? And how do you see yourself? Write that out on a timeline. Look for patterns. Number 2, strategy number 2 in Learn is to challenge those old paradigms and expectations. Have you ever felt that you didn't measure up? Perhaps you're new to your leadership role. What is it that you feel you need to do to be, as my wonderful mentor, Rex Sykes, always says, to be, do, and have? What are those expectations? I found this, and this may resonate for many, many aspiring leaders, that as women, particularly in our early career, guess what? We can be held down. We can be seen as a threat by upper management. Why? Because we want to change. We want to do things a different way. And how do you do that? You got to open up yourself. You got to learn about yourself, and then you stand and you build and you work through your resistance. I couldn't dodge that resistance because at the time I didn't understand the resistance. I wasn't a threat, but I felt that I was. So I took that in. And that wasn't a powerful place for me to be if I was going to live truly in the way and the style that I knew I could. So I want you to ask yourself, how are you standing up? What is happening within you in this moment? When you hear Les Brown speak, when you hear Tina speak and other great speakers, what do you feel? How do you see yourself? Are you one of them? I am that. Because we have to become and own and beautifully breathe in the stillness of who we are We need to move to living in a way where we connect our heart to our mind, to a higher calling consciousness. For me, it's God. It's the source. Because we have to commit to building our self-awareness. And I'm going to go through these a little quicker because I want to make sure I get through the 10. That's my commitment to all of you. We need to be proud of ourselves and squash our limiting self-talk to build that self-awareness now. If you choose not to do anything, as we've heard earlier, guess what? Nothing will change. But you can. You can get control of your emotional responses. And that's what I did. I went in, dived in, and became an emotional intelligence practitioner because I wanted to understand what the heck was going on with my beautiful brain. Why was I being triggered? Why was I overreacting? And at the same time, number 4 in the strategy, 4, is to quiet the mind. Because what I found when I actually became more self-aware in that quietness, the stillness of my meditation and listening to my heart and my mind, not just my mind, I realized because I was a childhood sexual assault survivor, now thriver, I had set myself up and reprogrammed and patterned myself on these old ways of being. The wound was so deep. And what I was doing, even though I was self-leading and I was financially successful, but I still had this wound, is that I was comforting myself by not truly digging into myself. I took comfort in others. I took comfort in all those other things. Be still, allow, reach, open up, and then evaluate the intentions of yourself and others. Strategy number 5, move from reacting to responding. And this again lines up exactly what I was saying, is that go inside and just stop. Stop yourself. Take a breath, do a pattern interrupt, do anything and all things so that you can stand in that power. You are not your past. Be in your present. Stand now, like stand up. Breathe in, pattern interrupt. Choose to break the chains that may surround you that you don't realize. Our subconscious mind can be our servant. We do not have to be controlled by these old ways of being. So move, begin to respond and not react. As a conscious leader, this is a key piece, everyone. Observation. Look, respond after, take a breath. And I'm going to keep going because I want to get through all of these in the time that's allocated. And if you are like me and this resonates for you and you've been through trauma, and all of us have a unique story. That's what I love about being around with, Dr. Tina D. Lewis. All of us have a story. We must believe in ourselves. We must release. And I became the cycle of releasing for me. Release and let go. How can I live a life? I unpacked, I integrated. And that's a key piece of conscious leadership, integration. Heart, mind, body to a higher calling and consciousness. Trust yourself. And I'm going to move a little quicker here. Strategy 6, you need to build trust with yourself. Forgive, accept the freedom, the celebration, have gratitude, bring gratitude in. And that's what I do with my clients that I serve. I want you to feel this genuinely, to wrap these feelings around you. Because in helping identify this, and Tina talked about this earlier, you must do the good work. You must have done this work to help others. Do the work. Break down that resistance. Whatever you're called to do and how to help others is key, because in these steps, you can transcend. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it's very simple. We're in this process. So write down again on another sheet of paper, how are you going to choose to change your life right here, right now? What is one unique thing that you could do differently? Attitude is the number one predictor, isn't it? We know that. Napoleon Hill, all of these great thinkers, these masters, we stand on those masters, everyone. Learn them, embrace them, be it again. And then ask and let go. Perhaps you have to let go of other people that no longer truly support you. Surround yourself with an amazing group like what Tina has produced here. Define your values is number 7. We're almost there. Define your values of how you want to show up. This is key. The moral compass, the moral rudder. For me, it's accountability, responsibility. If I'm going to show up, I'm going to show up. Because a conscious leader has radical responsibility for everything and all things. You don't blame others. You take responsibility, everyone, for everything. The good, the bad, and the ugly. But as you transform, as you lead now, we've just got 3 real quick ones. I want you to ask yourself, how do you define your authentic self? And then truly have that moral code. There's some very critical key questions that are coming out in my book with Dr. Sujata Ives, that when you do this, you will make a huge difference in your leadership as well. And I teach this in my 6-week program as well, the Growth Catalyst program for women-led leaders. You define yourself. Number 9, empathy for yourself and others. How do you have empathy? Well, it comes from the heart, doesn't it? We open ourselves up to be vulnerable, and that's what conscious leaders do. This isn't a big hype. This is just the truth. You stand in your power, you know who you are, and you self-lead. And others will come because they see themselves in you. And then you teach, you coach, you mentor, as Tina said. We transcend, we grow, and we give back. The more we can be of service, the greater we know will come back. And lastly, number 10, create the we, not the I. Look beyond your own silo, your own limited way of perhaps looking at the world. Bring in, connect, and collaborate. I love this and what Tina stands for, because in my nonprofit Women's Collaborative Hub, we have 3 C's: communicate, collaborate, and connect. Very similar, isn't it? Because together we can rise. Us as women do not see each other as competition. Just rise up, celebrate who you are, and then share the resources, because we are so resourceful that through the curiosity of our mind, through going within to without, we're transformed. So in closing, just give yourself permission. Do the good work of leaning in to become a conscious leader. Evaluate, look, explore. You're learning, you're living, and how you're leading. Anything and all things are possible. It begins with a choice. It begins with the here and now. Do it. It's simple. Thank you for letting me share.
What do you mean, letting you share? Seriously? Did you say, I don't know who could have a Sandra J. Horton and not listen. As I shared before, you can't lead where you've never been. You can't give what you don't have. You can't teach what you don't know. And if I know anything, I know that Sandra J. Horton is a leadership guru. She's an expert. She is totally a business success coach. You've helped a lot of people become successful. And because of that, I say thank you. Thank you for being here on our platform. It's been an absolute honor. Les Brown, you, Derek Harper. We had, I don't know if you've seen in the Facebook, she's like, they're putting your quotes up all over the place. Do it simple. Love it. Yes, it's easy. Do it simple. Who are you really? She was so right. Like, they are loving you. Like Mommy used to say, the people you surround will reflect on you. Wow, you're the average of So yes, you're the average of the 5 people. Another Facebook user, Cody, what is one unique thing that you can do differently? I mean, that's awesome. So thank you so much. We have us another surprise guest. You never know who shows up on this stage, like literally. I'm not sure that people are really ready for this gentleman, but we're going to see what he has to say. We're going to have Tamara next, but we have a guest that I would like to welcome. Some of you met him before, some of you have not. Can anyone guess who it is? Anyone? Global Women Speakers member? Anybody? Violinist? Nope. No, it's not Richmond Punch, the world-renowned violinist from Juilliard School of Music in Yale.
Mr. Walsh.
Not Bill Walsh, the American's business expert. It is. I'm bringing him to the floor now. We're gonna just introduce him, and then we're gonna hear from Tamara, who's gonna talk about Mary. I'm not even gonna steal her thunder because I cannot do it any justice. Woo! Look who we have here.
That was my next guess. Yes.
You never know who's gonna pop up. So, Dr. Rael Sims, if you don't mind introducing yourself before our next powerful speaker. Her name is Tamara Goins out of California. If you don't mind introducing yourself, that would be fantastic.
Can you hear me? Am I too loud?
No, actually loud enough. No, we can hear you. Yes.
You can hear me? Oh, okay. Yeah. Hi, I'm Dr. Rael. I'm neuropsychologist, behaviorist, body language expert, sex expert, and I just help people understand why we do what we do from an eco-biopsychosocial and spiritual point of view, and as also from the biology point too as well. So just here listening and enjoying you guys speaking, and so far I'm really enjoying everyone who's had an opportunity to share their message. So yeah, thank you for letting me in today. Yeah.
Wow, I know, it's so funny because listen, Coach Rael, he is humble as well, but he studied brains, women all around the globe. He's taught about menopause, about the art of kissing, sexuality, and so many other things. And from a man's perspective, that he really knows the women's body. He knows, I mean, like, you're going to hear some things that he shared. I mean, Cody, you heard him speak. Jen, you heard him speak. Can you share just one nugget that he shared that you didn't know? And we're women. We should know about ourselves, right? So Cody and Jen, what is one thing that Coach Rael shared that you did not know?
Well, your man's saliva has testosterone in it, and then he kisses you, and then it releases the testosterone that makes it irresistible. So your 20s weren't your fault.
I love that. Dan, what do you have? What is one thing?
Well, first of all, I think we all learned that we need to take care of each other, that we need to be more careful with each other, and we need to find a partner, because we can't be alone forever.
Wow. Yes. Yes. Thank you for that. You know, I was talking to Les yesterday, and he sent me a clipping, and it was a gentleman. He was speaking, and he said, finding a mate, finding a partner is the most important, the most drastic decision that you will ever make in your life. He said, because that partner can either drag you down or lift you up. And that's what you're going to have for the rest of your life. And whatever empowerment, whatever encouraging, whatever inspiration, whatever elevation, stretching, whatever uplift, whatever you need will come from that partner. And if you don't get it, the person you become by being aligned, because there's a saying, alignment before assignment, alignment before assignment. And everyone you meet, everyone you date, that's not your assignment. That doesn't mean you're supposed to marry them, And I mean, for a lot of us, we're like, what? Like, what do you mean? Especially for women, we're like, listen, I've given him, we dated for a year. He better ask me to marry him, or it's over. Or, I've been with him for 4 years and we're not married yet. We don't have kids. Like, stop putting all these boundaries, these limitations on your life, on your situations. Ladies, let whoever you serve guide you. Let's not go with that feeling, because what we learned from Coach Rael is that feeling is not what it's supposed to be. And he's going to talk about that later. But we're talking about relationships, which bring us to our next speaker, who I have known for maybe, I don't know, Tamara, how long have I known you? Maybe 15 years?
I'm going to say close to 17 years now.
Wow, wow, wow,
Wow.
wow. She
Wow.
is, wow, 17 years. And all I can say is, you guys, she is a mom, a wonderful mom of beautiful, intelligent children. She is the heart of her community. She has had a women's organization. She has had a women organization for over 22 years. They get up every morning and I mean, I'm not even going to share, but what I am going to say is this: it's not often that I, Dr. Tina D. Lewis, get tongue tied. I'm very loquacious. I love to talk. I was the one in school getting an A in the subject, an E for work ethic, and a U, unsatisfactory, for corporation, because it always had a comment, talks too much. And then I come to realize that it wasn't that I talked too much, I just had leadership skills. And so with that being said, I want to pull to the forefront none other than the Tamara Groins, who is an awesome, amazing mother, who is a community pillar.
Okay, well, I think we lost Tina, so I will go ahead and get started.
Yes, I was saying you are the mayor, you are the pillar in your community. I was saying all of those things, and removing other people. I actually removed myself, but I thank you so much, Tamara, for being here. I believe, as I shared with you, alignment before assignment, the timing is impeccable, and it's all God's timing. So if you don't mind, I would love to know 3 things. 1, who are you? 2, like, why did you write the book? How do you go from all of that to like becoming an author? And then
Thank you.
why did that book cause you to grow into who you are today? So if you don't mind sharing, we would love to hear from the Tamara Goins. Tamara, over to you.
And actually, Tina, Dr. Tina, I want to let you know that I've dropped my last name right now so that it won't be obvious, so that I can keep my ex-husband anonymous. So I go by Tamara Ann.
Hey, let's.
Yes, I go. If you notice, it says Tamara Ann.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to someone that I've known for approximately 17 years. She's an incredible mom. She's a pillar in her community. She is absolutely unbelievable. She has to be Superwoman, because I've never seen her and Superwoman in the same room before. And so without all further ado, I want to introduce to you none other than the Tamara Ann. Tamara, who are you? Why'd you write the book? And writing the book caused you to become who you are today. And do you mind sharing that with Global Women Speakers on our Sunday Speaker Series?
Yes, so I lost you again, but I do want to say that in this journey of being married to a police officer for 22 years and serving him, because all of the stress that he endured on his job and the untreated PTSD, I lost my identity. My identity was in being his wife and being a mother. And in this season of my life, I had to find my identity and realize that first, I'm the daughter of the Most High God. I had lost that. I was looking for my identity in other things. And today I can stand strong and powerful in my authentic self, even though my authentic self, after 22 years of brutality, that I can be okay with where I am. I can be authentic to share, to say that I needed much therapy, that I am still in therapy today. So yes, first, I am Tamara Ann. I love my name and what my name means, both the Tamara and the Ann. Yes, I am a wife. I'm no longer his wife, but I know that I was a great wife, that I was a great support to a police officer. When I married him at 29, and I'm now 55, someone had shared with me that being married to a police officer was a challenge. And I'm very spiritual. I have a very close relationship with God, as you shared. I am the founder of a women's support group that began in 2001. And we rise early in the morning, 5 a.m., and we start our morning off in prayer, gaining the fire that you have, Tina. We get that fire from God. So we're not called Women on Fire, but we are on fire. we take that connection and we go out into the world and we share that love with whoever we come into contact with. So I'm a wife, I'm a mother of 3 amazing children. My son is 24. I have a daughter, 18. She just started at the University of Oregon. She's majoring in sports management. And my baby girl, which I had her at the age of 41, she just started high school. So they are my first passion. I left investment banking to raise my children. And so what I realized is that being married to him is my pain throughout that became my purpose. So I started off in going to therapy because I was told that it was kind of a challenge being married to a police officer based on what they endured. And just over the years, I saw things. We have a very big story in our particular marriage. The man that I was married to was the first officer in his department to testify against LAPD. He worked for LAPD and he witnessed a tragedy of another officer shooting a transient lady. And so he testified, but he didn't testify in favor of the police department. And so it was aired on the news and he was ridiculed because he went against the code of silence. And that brought a lot of stress and turmoil into our home. And so fast forward, when our marriage came to an end, one of my daughters, the oldest daughter, her friend's mother had worked for the city of LA attorney's office. And she asked me to give her a call. And she said, is your family the family where, your husband testified against the police department? And I said, yes. And she said, did they get your family therapy? And I said, well, just in the beginning for a minute. She said, you guys didn't do ongoing therapy. And I said, no. And she said, your whole family must be battling with PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder. And so I didn't know anything about it. I started studying it, after the fact. It's been 4 years since our marriage came to an end, and I've done so much work to learn what I was going through. So I've even learned that untreated PTSD for many turns into narcissistic personality disorder. And so he was battling narcissistic personality disorder. I didn't know. I just knew that whatever it was triggering me. The lady that spoke before me, I'm glad I let her go before me. She was talking about the emotional work that we need to do. The qualities, the skills that he learned at work to do to the people that he would pull over, he used those same things on me. So I was never physically abused. I was psychologically abused. I was verbally abused. I was mentally abused. He would talk about how they learned verbal judo. He learned to do that on me. And it became a point where I no longer had control over my emotions. And he could cause me to go into rage. I mean, I had to take an anger management class so that I went voluntarily so that I wouldn't one day be mandated to attend. So just throughout the years, that untreated PTSD from that incident that he had experienced just brought so much turmoil in our life. So how did I come to write the book, Tina? You asked me.
Yes.
So what's
the title of the book? What's the title of the book?
It's Married into Police Brutality, because he had already been a police officer for 8 years. And I think he did almost a total of 33 years.
Wow.
And, so I realized, he even had me thinking that I was crazy in my thought process. And I went back to college in 2011 to recreate myself as a counselor with an emphasis in recovery and support groups and 12 steps and things like that. So when I started studying, I realized that I wasn't crazy.
Of course not.
He made me think that I was crazy.
Wait, what's the title of the book again? Because this is an interview style and you may not get to tell the entire story, but I know for a fact that there is some woman somewhere, wherever you are, this is for you. And if it's not for you, share it with someone else. The reality is somebody somewhere is hurting. They are going through the exact same, if not worse, than what you've endured. And I know you're not here just by happen chance. I know that you're here by divine intervention and divine appointment. And so whoever you are, if you are listening, I want you to get the book. If you can't reach out to Tamara, tell them how to reach out to you. Tell them the title of the book and where they can find it. Because oftentimes we need a book. That book may be the Bible. It may be, it may be a YouTube video, or it just simply may be a friend reaching out. But we are all in need, no matter who you are, how much money you make, what level you're on. We all are in need. I have a saying called NODIA, NODIA. No one does it alone. No one does it alone. And so, Tamara, I know your book can help, and they will not be alone. So do you mind sharing the resources on how to get that book?
Yes, the book is on Amazon, and it's also at Barnes and Noble. And again, the title is Married into Police Brutality, Breaking the Code of Silence.
Wow. Married into, I get it. Married into, because he was already an officer, law enforcement, right?
And I married into that system. I married into that system. It was a system, and just as they don't break the code of silence, we as wives don't either. Tina, let me share this with you. I didn't know about trauma bonding. And as I studied from a particular psychiatrist who specializes in narcissistic personality disorder, the damage that trauma bonding does to a woman that's being abused, she can't get out. And people will judge her because she's addicted to that relationship.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like in heroin. So this is what they say, and I'm still praying about the revelation of it. Because what trauma bonding does is they are extremely nice to you, and then they're extremely cruel to you. And you go back and forth, and what it does to the brain. But when people say that narcissists don't know, I disagree. Because his statement to me, whenever he did something wonderful, which was the extremely wonderful side, his comment would always be, I have to do that for you because I know I put you through so much. So he was aware.
Wow.
He knew that he wasn't well mentally.
Wow.
And so they say that they don't know, but they do know that they cause so much pain. So that's why they go do the wonderful things.
Wow. So it wasn't because he just loved you and you're just an amazing wife. That wasn't the case.
I will not take that away from him, because I'm going to say he was a victim to a system, and then I became his victim. Hurt people.
I totally agree, because, and I was sharing with a friend of mine the other day, that just because someone doesn't love you or treat you the way that you want them to, it does not mean that they're treating the way that they know how to love you. Yeah. And that's why it's so imperative. And I think, Coach Rael, he's going to come in with us in a moment, Tamara. But so that's the name of the book. They can get it on Amazon. And where is it? Amazon and Barnes and Nobles, from my understanding.
And Barnes and Noble. Yes.
Yes. So please go get that, Married into Police Brutality, right? Yeah. By the Tamara Ann, right? Yeah. By Tamara Ann.
Yeah. By Tamara Ann.
I love that. Okay. So we have a couple more questions. Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready for them?
I'm ready.
Okay. So one of them is, why didn't you just leave?
So that was what I was explaining with the trauma bonding, and the doctor who specializes, he says that's the main question that people always say. Why didn't you leave? She can't, because she needs to go through trauma therapy. She needs to be healed. Tina, I did not know at the time, but when I was in the marriage, I called one of my friends and I said, hey, can you help me get out? I can't get out. I'm not strong enough to do this on my own. I need to get out. And like I said, I didn't know about trauma bonding at that time, but I was aware that I needed to get out. That the PTSD and the abuse and the brutality, it was bad.
So when you say brutality, a lot of people are asking, when you say brutality, are you meaning physical abuse, mental, sexual? Like, what kind of abuse are you speaking of?
So there was no physical abuse, but after the marriage ended and he left, a friend of mine is a certified abuse counselor, and she had me to take a class called Born Free. And so I realized that I was almost abused in every area except for physical. I was even abused religiously, with religion, that women are to be quiet, they're to go in the closet and pray for their husbands, that man wasn't created for woman, woman was created for man. I was even abused with religion.
Oh, wow.
So like I said, there was no physical, but the psychological, the verbal, the manipulation, the gaslighting, the blame shifting, all of those things. So I do want to tell you how the book came about.
Okay,
I was on a vacation with some friends of mine. We were out in San Diego for a friend of mine. She had came in from Texas for her 60th birthday, and she rented this Airbnb. So he was texting me because he knew I was gone away. I had the girls to stay with him that weekend. And he was saying things in the text that he knew would trigger me to just interfere with me having a great time on my vacation.
Oh, wow.
And one of my friends, she was like, I just can't stand him. I can't stand him. He's learned you. He knows what your triggers are. And he just does not want to see you happy. So one of my other friends, she made me jump in the ocean in the cold water. And they say cold water does a shifting to your body.
Absolutely.
So
I think it's called a plunge.
Yes. So she made me do a plunge. And then I just started plunging and plunging and plunging. And when I got home, I heard a little small voice say, look up police brutality. So I did. And it talked about excessive force. It just talked about going beyond what needs to be present. And I said, wow, I was married into police brutality. I experienced excessive force, talking to me crazy regularly. And that's when I realized that I was married into it.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. So, I mean, that's really deep. I have to read the book. I'm coming over and I'm getting my book. I'm not waiting for Amazon. I'm going to give, because I am not a fan of Amazon, because I want the authors to get all the income from their project, right? So I'm going to come and give you the money, and I'm going to get a couple of books. But our next question is, you say you were not physically abused. So what would you consider the worst abuse that you've endured?
Isolation. So
wow.
I'm going to say that when I took the class for abused women, I learned that neglect is the worst form of abuse that a woman can endure. Oh, wow. And so I experienced that quite often. Police officers, they're heroes, and they have this facade to uphold. So he could be everything to everybody on the outside because he needed to be hero. Because when you learn about narcissistic personality disorder, it's almost like an entertainer, where when they're on stage, they get this high. And then when they're off stage, they come down. And that's a very difficult place. So they're always looking for that high. So they kind of have that with that police uniform on, because they're a hero to everybody. And they walk around, and when they come home, they don't know how to take it off. And their family, for some reason, their wife and children don't really supply what they need to be inflated. So they do all kind of nice things on the outside. And for a wife to watch that and be neglected and see her husband be the wonderful guy to everyone else. Wow. That, when you study abuse, neglect is the worst form of abuse that you can do to someone, over psychological, over verbal, and over mental. And I could watch him be on the phone helping people with tickets and giving law advice, but neglecting me.
Wow. Wow. That's mic drop. So we have a couple more questions, Tamara. And for those of you who are listening, I want you to tap into Tamara if anything she says resonates with you or a family member. It does not have to be you. Remember, we are only conduits. God doesn't give it to us and He can get it through us. It doesn't stop with you. You are here listening to this information so you can set one of your friends, your family members free, that you will be equipped to be exactly what they need in a time of need. And so, Tamara, how can someone get in contact with you, if you don't mind, if someone needs to talk, if they want to know how, if they want to ask other questions that they're not willing to put on a Facebook or in LinkedIn or on YouTube? So what are some things, some ways that people can contact you?
You know, I can be contacted at info@tamarann.com.
Awesome. That's info@tamarann.com, info@tamarann.com. And the name of the book is Married into Police Brutality by Tamara Ann. So Tamara, that's awesome. Woo, I have chill bumps. Like I have chicken skin now. I'm just listening. Like this is so disheartening. And so 2 more questions. The other question is, even though you've left and been divorced, do you still love him? Woo, that's a deep one.
Okay, so you know what? We were best friends, like brothers and sisters, for 8 years before we married. I had to deal with a lot of emotions, and I'm very close to God, and I had to deal with the anger. And I used to use the word hate. And God said, you don't hate him because I'm inside of you, and love and hate don't go together. So I need you to come up with
water, right? Like
yeah, I need you to come up with a better word. So I have a disdain towards him.
Okay.
I have a disdain towards him. I don't love him. I don't. The way I was treated in court, the way the court favored him because he was a police officer, and the mistreatment and the lies, there's no love there right now. I'm still in my healing process.
Right. And, you know, I applaud you on being authentic and being genuine, because oftentimes, you know, we feel that healing has a time frame, but it doesn't. There are things that's happened to all of us, no matter how long it's been, whether it's been 10 days, 10 months, or 10 years. Some of us are still healing for that. And I know for myself, Tamara, that I'm still healing from a lot. And so periodically I will go to counseling because I see it creeping back into the woman who I've become. And I never, ever, ever want to go back to being the woman that I prayed myself out of. Yes. And so I applaud you. I applaud you on the growth. I applaud you on the strength, and I applaud you on simply being here on Global Women Speaker Stage with the Les Brown, sharing your story. You're absolutely incredible, and I'm honored to know you. The last question is, this is, I can't even do it. This is, I don't even know what to say. Like, this is just so sad. It's just disheartening. And so the next question is, hold on, it's something in my eye. All right. The next question is, so now that you are free, what is life like? Do you wish you would have stayed and worked it out? Or are you happy to be free? Deep question.
So first of all, I want to say that I did not leave him. He left me.
Wait. No, wait. I'm going to have to get up. I'm going to have to just walk this one off. Okay. So I need to make sure that I'm following your story subsequently and chronologically. So you're saying that you married into police brutality, that you were neglected, that you were abused mentally, emotionally, religiously. It was you being abused. You were the abusee, not the abuser. But the abuser left you.
Well, if you study narcissistic personality disorder, one of the characteristics traits is that they discard you. When you no longer submit. I had been taking a class for codependency, and I was in that class for 2 years. And I was told that when I started standing up to him, he was probably going to be challenged with it. And I started standing up to him. I was no longer allowing him to control me, to think for me. And that's when things started really getting worse as I was gaining my power back. And he, I don't want to say this on the air, but something happened and I snapped. I couldn't take the abuse another day, and he had to leave the house.
Wow.
So I'm happy because I did not have the strength. I did not have the strength to leave him. Something that my uncle said to me, I said, I thought I was being a supportive wife. I knew that his job was very stressful. And he said, you weren't supporting him. You were enabling his bad behavior. You made a comment. You said, when we were conversating, something like those who create the law break the law.
Oh, yes. I said the lawmakers are the lawbreakers. Yes, I said that.
Yes. And so just a lot of hypocrisy that what went for me didn't go for him. So he actually left, and I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful.
Wow. Wow. Well, Tamara Ann, thank you so much for sharing that story. I am going to drink some water and take a break. But what I am going to do before I go backstage to pull myself together, because I am not in a good place right now. I am feeling this because this is devastating. And you say, when you study narcissism, when you study those things, like I haven't studied those things. And my confession is that I was never the abusee. I was the abuser. And I cannot fathom anyone abusing me, mistreating me, because I would really be like, I was violent. You couldn't talk to me any kind of way, or you would be, something would happen. And I'm so grateful that I never got in trouble for it, or the people forgave me, but I have no idea why they would even be around me. And I'm talking about men. And so when I hear of a woman stating that they were abused, when they say that they were beat, when they say that they were there with them, like I can't even imagine it in my mind, because I just know what I would do. But I've come to a place of maturity that allows me to know that no one deserves to be hit, no one deserves to be abused. Yeah. So listening to this, it takes me to a place that I need to have a drink of water and literally walk around the house. That's what I have to do right now. But I am going to bring to the forefront a man who has dealt with this, a man who is an expert. They call him Dr. Rael Sims. He is a relationship scientist. He is a neuroscientist. And so I'm going to bring all of the ladies to the stage. But ladies, when you come to the stage, I would love for you to be just simply be in participation mode and allow him and Tamara to really have the conversation, because there are listeners right now. They're in Facebook. I'm getting DMs. They have so many questions, Tamara. So we're gonna have to do maybe a special on women empowerment or abuse or something. And I'm not gonna say that I'm the one that I know I have the influence to bring the people together, but I won't be able to participate as much in the conversation because I do not want to become violent. Literally, you can mess with me because I can handle myself, but don't mess with my friends. Don't mess with the people that I love. Don't mess with the people. Don't mess with Cody. Don't mess with Jen. Don't mess with the people that are around me. And so, Coach Rael, we're gonna give you and Tamara the floor. And so we're going to bow out. And so if you could please, either bring some understanding, something to the things that are happening, because the questions that are going, she said she can't hear me. Can you hear me, Coach Rael? I can't hear you, Coach Rael. You're muted. I think it's half. Now we can hear you. It's a man's thing, right? Because you less. But yes, we can hear you. We definitely can hear you. All right. So I'm saying simply, yes, can you simply shed some light on some of the things that are happening? Because it is 7:30. You guys, let me tell you why this is insane. Because every time I got to bring Cody back up. I don't know if Jen is on camera yet, but I got to bring Cody back up. Like this
I'm going to say leave everybody.
Hilarious. I have to do it. Let me tell you why. Because every single time, every week, this is our 4th week. Cody, can you tell them what I'm getting ready to say? I'm just going to mute my mic and you just tell them, because I just can't.
There's this magical thing that happens with the Global Women Speakers Sunday series, and it's usually that we run hours and hours past our anticipated time because the stories are so juicy. And the guests are so powerful. And it's happening again today, live here.
Right, I know, here. Streaming to LinkedIn and Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Yes. So our goal, we started a trend. Our grand finale that we had, I wanted to have a huge event. It was going to be closing the year, everyone setting their intentions for the new year. And I said, you know what, I'm tired of the same old, because I've been on a lot of virtual stages and stages in person. I'm like, I want something more laid back, something more where we just go with the flow, not structured, etc. And everyone agreed. Cody's like, hey, let's do it. I love them. They're like, let's do it. So we did it. And it was 14 hours. 14 hours long, and it could have been 15 because they were like, come on, we can do one more. I'm like, I can. So it was only 14, right? Next time it was 12 hours long, and I'm like, we're not doing that again. This is going to be 3 hours. This is every Sunday, so it's going to be 3 hours. After that, it was supposed to be 4 hours. How long did we go, Cody?
Well, originally, actually, the Sunday series was supposed to be 2 hours, and it's moved to 3 or 4.
Yeah. So we said 3 or 4, right? Because it's supposed to be 3, but we ended at 4 hours.
Yes.
4 or 6? 4 hours?
It was 4. Yep.
Okay. And then so today we started at 4 p.m. Pacific. It is 7:30 Pacific. So that's already 3.5 hours. So we're going to close this out in 30 minutes. 30 minutes is going to be fair. That way we can say it was for 4 hours. We can handle 4 hours, right? Because if not, I have people texting. Some of my mentors that I asked to come in, they're texting saying, hey, you want me to pop in? Is it over? One of them, I really want to pop in, but I promise you, if he pops in, we will be here for 10 hours because everyone will start coming in because of who he is. So I'm going to save him for another day, but we will end this in 30 minutes. So what I'm going to say to those of you who are listening, send out last minute text messages, tag someone on this. Because don't be selfish, right? You're here absolutely free, getting all this juicy information, all these stories, all these icons popping in, right? And so I want you to simply share it. Share it. And if you would like to be a speaker, a co-host, a sponsor, then go ahead and send us an email at speak@globalwomenspeakers.com, speak@globalwomenspeakers.com, speak@globalwomenspeakers.com. Also, we have a Facebook group where you can find all of our guests, not just our guests, but all of these amazing women. Literally, somebody says, rack on UK, staying up late for the goodies. We have people from the UK, people from Nigeria, people from Abu Dhabi, like Ken. We have so many people that are still on. And so I just wanted to share that. We have 30 minutes left. That's it. 30 minutes. And so we're going to finish with Tamara and Dr. Rael. Then we're going to bring Jen and Cody up to talk about what they have to offer. And then we're going to close it out. So ladies and gentlemen, those of you who've already been here or been on, we just say thank you. From the top of my heart, I am in gratitude, in all humility. We just say thank you, thank you, thank you. So with that said, Coach Rael and Tamara, take it away. Take it away. Over to you two.
You know, I want to say what I really love is the fact that I really love the book, and I would love to.
I'm sorry, Coach Rael, you have feedback from your mic.
Oh, okay. Is that better?
Yes.
Sure. Or
it's like an echo. It's kind of.
You can hear an echo. Okay. Okay.
And static. He's like, let me figure it out. Call somebody that's 10. They're good with technology.
Right, exactly. Let me Is it still an echo? Still hear an echo? Still?
It's still echoey and staticky. That's okay.
Oh, is it in something in the settings, maybe?
Maybe back up from the mic just a little bit. From your mic. Back up from your mic just a little bit. There you go. Say something. All righty. Take it away.
Insulation is on. Still hear echo?
You know, it's not bad. It's
Let's
just
go
a little
with
bit.
it. Let's go with it. People are waiting.
Gosh, I mean, I could try to cut off my microphone completely and use the mic from the okay. All right. Well, all right. Okay. What do you want me to do? You want me to, I can cut this mic off completely and use it from my computer microphone. Oh, I can't hear you now, Tina. Dr. Tina, we can't hear you.
Right. What I was saying is that it's not a concert or big production. So I don't think, you need the mic. You sound pretty cool without it. But if it works for you, let's go for it. The bottom line is this. I'm the bottom line queen. The bottom line is this. People are waiting to hear what you have to say. You are the expert. You're the relationship scientist. And she just shared and poured her relationship out. And so she's, we are all listening because we want to know what you have to say.
I just want to, the majority of mine is just to confirm everything that she said was like right on the money. Wow. And I just so appreciate, especially when people, some of the questions, you hear the question all the time, why won't you leave? And no one could ever experience what somebody else is going through until they actually are going through it. And when they're actually going through it, then they really understand when it comes to why we can't leave. First of all, when we talk about being in a relationship, we are actually it could be positive and a negative, that we could be, we're addicted to our significant other. And when we are addicted to our significant other, we could be addicted to the abuse as well, or for the joy as well, because it's still the fact that we are still trying to, I just talked about this recently too, that we're still trying to love this person. And even when we do good to the person who's doing bad to us, when we do good, we actually receive neurotransmitters. We actually receive something that's serotonin. It makes us feel good when we do good for someone, even though that person is bad to us. So we continue doing it because we're getting that, we're getting those drugs that's making us feel good for doing good. I hope that's, I know it sounds a little complicated, but understand, for instance, when you are actually going to like 7-Eleven and you see, you have people standing outside of the 7-Eleven and they say, "Excuse me, sir, do you have any money? I want to get a hot dog, or can you spare some change?" Right? And you spare the change, you give them some money. When you do that, you actually experience serotonin, and that makes you feel good. Although you may disagree with the person being, asking you for money, or you can smell alcohol on the person, or you just, disagree with, how the person is living, but you still gave it. And when you give that money, you're actually receiving a reward back. So you're wondering again, why am I still doing this? Now that's just one. The other one is because we're so addicted. I like when you said, I wanted help and I need help and I can't do it alone. That was the most courageous thing that one could ever say to another person, because sometimes we can be in denial, right? We could say to ourselves, "Oh, I got this. I'm tough. I can do this and I can do that." But for somebody, this is a message to everybody. When you have a problem, and this to you men too as well, when you have a problem, is it Tamara?
It's Tamara.
Tamara, learn from Tamara. Learn from Tamara. She was brave. That was very brave for her to say, "I need help. Help me with this." Not that she needs help with other things that you can master or I can master. She needed help with that particular thing, that one thing. And when we say that, we tend to look at help means that you can't handle, you're weak, and it's not about that. It's about our addiction when it comes to relationships. When we're in relationships, we are sharing. This is something that people don't understand. When we're in relationships, we're giving and we're receiving. We're giving neurotransmitters back and forth to each other. We're giving drugs back and forth to each other, because this is what bonds us. This is what keeps us together, right? And just what you said too as well, a narcissist will give you love. So that love that narcissist give you is to keep you here so they could use you, because they need you here, because they need to be that narcissist person that they are. So they're going to fool you. They're going to give you, they're going to, you one day, because you wonder, wow, wait a minute. One day you treated me so good. You were so great to me. And then today is different, right? It's because this is what's going to keep you coming. This is what's going to keep you here, is what I'm going to give you love. And so when I use that term, give you love, from a neuroscience perspective, because most people don't understand that when we are giving love, we're giving each other natural drugs like phenylethylamine, serotonin, norepinephrine, oxytocin. A lot of people have heard about the oxytocin, dopamine. These are drugs to keep couples bonded. So as long as I can do something to keep you here, that's what I'm going to do. Something else that I like too, that you said, that most people won't say, that narcissists, they don't know. They know, but the thing is that they won't admit it. That's the key. They will never admit it. They know, but they will never admit it. That's the real key. And another thing that you said that's so important is detox. So when she said, I need help, we all need help. Everybody runs into a point where we have to detox. That's why too, when women say, why do I keep attracting the same man over and over again? Because you have not detoxed. So what you're really doing is that you're really, and so when we say, why do I keep attracting? Most of the time, you're not actually attracting. Most of the time, you're actually seeking. You're looking for someone that is similar to your significant ex. And it's not that you are attracting, it's actually you're seeking. And I'm not saying all the time, but most of the time you're seeking. For instance, if the drug addict's dealer goes to jail where the drug addict stopped taking drugs, no, he will go out and seek for another drug dealer. And the drug dealer that's going to have the drug that he's looking for, right? So if he's on cocaine, he's going to look for a drug dealer that has cocaine. So he's going to look for something similar that's going to satisfy his pleasure, right? That's going to activate his VTA, his ventral tegmental area, the caudate nucleus, the nucleus accumbens part of the brain, which is our pleasure center part of our brain. So most of the time, we're actually out seeking. We're using something, our major histocompatibility complex. And that is something that's so wow, just so tripped out, is that when we are actually going out and say we're trying to venture back into the relationship arena, and we're wondering why we keep picking this person that seems so similar to our ex, right? Our bodies and our brain, there's things that's happening. See, if you're not detoxed yet, it's the same with the donut. If you're not detoxed from that donut, when you get around the donut, you're going through these changes right now. Say if I put donuts in front of you, your body is going to start going through this resistance. You can feel it. You can feel like, oh, I want to grab that donut. I want to grab that donut, right? But no, and then your other side is telling you, when you see the angel on one side and the devil on the other side, and the angel's telling you, go ahead, get the donut. No. You're actually going through that, right? And that's the same thing when we are not detoxed. It's really important to detox, get that drug from that person out of your system. And it's really hard. If you can't do it yourself, you got to get help. And it's a lot of people, when the people that I'm talking about are the people that did not get help. Those are the people that are still saying, why do I keep attracting the same person over and over again? You are actually seeking for that person because you never got help. You never got help. You never asked for help to help me get this drug. No different than a drug addict that's saying, I want to detox from being an addict. You get help because you have to get that person out of your system, out of your blood system. Because again, love is giving and receiving. But what are we giving you? I'm giving you serotonin. I'm giving you dopamine. I'm giving you phenylethylamine. I'm giving you vasopressin. I'm giving you all of these things that keeps us bonded. So imagine I'm giving you real drugs, natural drugs. Now, these are good things for good couples, right? But I'm giving you all these drugs. So that's why it's really, really challenging for people when we break up. When we break up, what do we do? What do we do when we break up? And say you don't want to break up. You're not the person that want to break up. But when you break up, what do? You hurt. You're hurting. You cry. You're in pain. So why are you in pain? Because we are experiencing withdrawal. No different than somebody taking somebody's alcohol from them. If you know somebody that's on alcohol and grab that bottle and take it and see what happens. See if that person just goes, oh, okay, yeah, take my liquor. No, they're not going to do that. They're going to come after you. They're going to fight you for that bottle that you're trying to take away from them, right? Take away somebody's drugs when they just getting ready to take the drugs and they taken away. See the response. Take away somebody's food, right? We're going to respond and we're going to go through a withdrawal during that period, right? And that's what we do. We go through a withdrawal and hope that we can make it through, because some people don't even make it through. Some people don't even make it through that period of trying to detox because we're in such pain to the point where we will even kill ourselves, to the point where suicide. And not only that, sometimes to the point where we die on our own from heartbreak. Takotsubo cardiomyopathy. So Takotsubo cardiomyopathy is a heartbreak, and it's real. When we are in love and we don't want to leave that person, we don't want to break up, it's tough. So a lot of people out there go, well, if I was you, I would leave. Nope, you haven't been in it. You have not been in it. The abuse, absolutely. When somebody is an abusive person and have a position to abuse, I remember a friend of mine, he said, hey, look, I was bullied when I was in high school, and I became a police officer. And when I became a police officer, then I definitely started bullying because I had power, because I knew I was in power, and I knew people couldn't do anything about it because I had authority. So I'm going to use this power and I'm going to bully people. And when I go home as well, I'm going to do the same thing. I have the option to do the same thing. Yeah.
Wow, Coach Ryle, you remind me, Tamara, wow, like you've done your work, sweetie. All I can say is you've done your work to have someone who's traveled all over the world dealing with women, dealing with relationships, to say you're spot on and justifying scientifically what you have gone through. This is explosive. I am loving every single minute of it. And you brought me back to medical school, Coach Sims, because you talked about the catecholamines, right? And in order for us to remember them, they said use the acronym. Get this. Are you guys ready? Use the acronym to remember the brain, catecholamines, etc. Use the acronym DOPE, DOPE, DOPE. I'm sorry, yeah, DOPE.
Yes.
Dopamine, oxytocin, dope. Can you guys believe that? Like dope, like dope. Why would you create an acronym to help people remember things by saying dope? There was another company, they had a coffee. It was called the Happy Cuff Coffee. And they had DOSE, DOSE, which was the acronym. And it was dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and epinephrine.
Yeah.
So these neurotransmitters, these catecholamines, these things that are in our brain that craves sugar, that craves sex, that craves cigarettes, like the part of our brain that's responsible for thirst is the same part of our brain that's responsible for hunger. That's why a lot of people are dehydrated and they think they're just hungry. Their body is craving water. Their body is craving water. They're not necessarily hungry. They're thirsty, but because it's the same part of the brain, that's how some people overeat. The reality is there are addictions in all shapes, sizes, tastes, bottles, bags, right? There's all types of addictions. And so, Coach, you told us last week about kissing and that we shouldn't kiss, or if you kiss, be prepared to go all the way, because there is no, I'm just going to go hang out, because when you kiss, that testosterone that matches our testosterone and all of that. And if you want to know more about relationships, we are having a special just simply about relationships. We're going to have men and women talking about relationships, talking about, should you do it on a first date? Should you not do it on a first date? Should you go for it? Should you not go for it? Should you kiss? Should you be celibate? Because last week he told a young lady that if she doesn't use it, she's going to use it. If she doesn't use it, she's going to lose it. And that young lady was saying that, well, she had been celibate for 4 years. And he's like, woo, you have to do something. You have to either self-please or go and do something. So he actually gave her permission. And so she's waiting patiently, but she's going to go do it. And that young lady is me.
or do something, with,
You got
I
get it.
don't know
I
how to
got
say
it. I
it.
got it. I got it.
Uh,
Yes, Tamara Ann.
self-pleasure, self-pleasure, self-pleasure.
Mm.
Yes,
Tamara,
yes.
thank you. Tamara Ann, thank you so much for being here, for your patience. I mean, you were on stage with the Les Brown. Like, who doesn't allow Les Brown to go ahead of them, right? Gonna say, my turn, Les, my turn. He's gonna say, what? So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I can't wait to get my book. Like, I'm texting you, like, this was the address. I'm coming to get, we need to meet for lunch anyway. So bring my book. Like,
I will.
Oh, I am so serious. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of the woman you were, and most importantly, the woman who you are becoming. And the message that you have is totally, I feel it in my bones that the message you have and your assignment, the fact that you have no alimony, it had to be that way. Like when I told you I had to take a break and get some water and walk around the house. I had to do that. And in doing that, knowing that you do not have alimony after 22 years, you know, God said that it had to be that way, because you having zero to what he multiplies, he can multiply that zero. Only he can multiply that zero into something. And so you being able to tell your story that, you know what, I didn't get any alimony, I didn't get anything. Like I didn't get anything. I left with absolutely nothing. He left and took everything and left me with nothing. And so then how else will you be able to explain your millions of dollars, and for women getting in line around the block, you know, down the aisleway of the stadium, that you will feel telling your story, setting not just the wives free, the children, the family members, the community free from police brutality. Them just wanting a photo with you, wanting your autograph. I see it already. And I'm saying, get ready, get ready, get ready. Like TDJ say, get ready, get ready, get ready. Thank you for being here, Coach Rao. Thank you for breaking that down for us to the scientific. Now we're going to hear from the Jen Chavez. Jen is absolutely incredible. She is an astrologer, but she is a branding specialist. And I'm telling you to listen, because she actually just got coached publicly by the Les Brown himself. So with that said, Jen, I want you to simply take it away. The floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Tina. Well, we've been, wow, and this night has been incredible. I think we need to think about something Les told us, right? Life happens to all of us, right? It is amazing how we look back and we think, oh my God, I've been through so much, right? We all hear stories today that just make us think we are not alone in all of this amazing thing called life, right? So it is important when, as a woman, as men, doesn't matter really. When we go through a really bad batch, right? And we just want to go out there with our business because we have this great idea in our minds. And we don't know where to begin. We just say, like, what am I doing? Where do I start? So we need to start by, like Sandra said, who we are, but not who we think we are, who we really are. That's the key. Because sometimes we try to change who we are to be accepted. And that's not the right way. I'm going to share with you something that after my 18-year-old, I was 18 years old, I started working with musicians, with rock bands in Spain. My father thought that I was a groupie, that I was never going to be responsible, that I was never going to be, settled down, that my mind was always going to be after the bands. He didn't understand that I was working and that I was learning from really good people about marketing rock bands. That is a really high market, especially for women. And I learned that what my father thought wasn't necessarily who I really was. And I didn't take the hand like I'm gonna prove him wrong. No. Because thank God, and thanks to my mom, God bless her, wherever she is, she always knew that I was meant to be something else. Even with my green hair and my leather jacket and my rock in my phone, you know, even with that, she knew. And after 14 years, I'm right here, working with you guys, being in Venezuela, that is another kind of abuse, actually, because it is psychological, it is social, a lot, right? So being here after 4 years, losing the people that I love and the people that support me the most, my brother, my grandma, my uncle, my mom, and my other uncle, and then my aunt 2 months ago. After I saw myself completely lost, knowing who I was, because I've been working with branding for a long time now, I thought I want to do something else. I want to mix this with something else because I want to know how to help people in another way. Not just a logo or how you're gonna be in social media, or that's important. What's your target market? That's the important. But the thing is that if you don't know who you really are, you don't know where you're gonna sell. How do you tell your employees or your social partner how to sell yourself if you don't know yourself? And I found a way to know who we are in a business way, in a house, in our house, with our sons, with our kids, with our love partner, with our business partner, with everyone, but especially our shadows. Those spots that are hidden right there because we don't like it. We don't like that part because we don't like to talk about our darkness. Let's face it, we all have darkness, right? All of us. And we need to know them, because when we know them and when we embrace them and we know how to fight them, we're going to be right there to say, this is who I am. This is what I don't want to be, but I know that I could be because that's my shadow. And that's right there in the corner. When I know that, it doesn't matter what people say. It doesn't matter who believes in us and who doesn't, because we believe in ourselves. We are rock stars. And the world is our stage. Our stage. How are we going to rock it? Like Queen or what? That's the main question. And I found that through your birth date. That's all I need. Your birth date and time. Exactly. And with that, we work on that financial part, that shadow, that love part. And we're gonna know who we really are and who we want to be really. And it doesn't matter what others say, because you are completely confident that what you're doing is the right thing because you're faithful to yourself. Because when we create a character just to be accepted on social media or in our business part of our life, eventually the real you is going to come up. And when that happens, people is going to say, what the hell happened here? Who is she? Who is he? because that part is right there. And we need to control our shadows in order to succeed. So I learned a lot today from Sandra. I think we both have the same view about this. I think it is important to really understand what is inside, because sometimes after everything that happened in life, we just forget about who we really are. I was a daughter for a long time. And I'm a daughter now, but I'm in a different way. And I felt lost, completely lost. So this is exactly what we need to do. Know ourselves, know our shadows, and be faithful to ourselves. So Dr. Tina, I have this amazing offer. It's in my website. I'm going to put it in the chat.
Wow. Okay. So, I mean, I love amazing offers. I actually live for them. So I want to know, like,
Yeah.
what is it, Jen? Like, what is it? Like, I know that you do personal branding. I know that you're an astrologer. Or is it called an astrologer, or is it called, you know, an expert something? Like, what is it that you do? Because I'm curious. I am waiting for the time of my birth so I can have my birth chart. But actually, what is it called, Jen? I just need to know. And I know the people who are listening to you, they need to know as well.
Yeah, it is personal branding development, like a normal personal branding development, but I use astrology to do this. After everything that I do with the analysis of your birth date and your time, I do the birth chart. I do an analysis of this, and then we go to the part of developing your brand. Talking about your voice, I'm talking about the branding voice, the branding personality, about the logo also, the palette colors, everything, but with the help of astrology. And we get everything settled to be ready to go to the social media or to the offline. So it is a really complete job. That is a complete program, but the offer right now, it is a specific reading of your birth chart. It is on my website. So I'm going to put it in the chat. You can find me as rockastrobranDing.com, but I'm going to just put it in the chat also. So that's the offer. Is going to be available until tomorrow at 12 a.m. So go, run and do it. Thank you so much, Dr. T, and thank you, everyone.
I love that. She said, go, run and do it. Yes. So if you have heard of any offers here today, make sure you go to the chat. Or literally go into the group and look for these ladies. This is Jen Chavez Perdomo. Listen, we've been here for 4 hours, scheduled to be here for 2, and it's been 4 hours. But when you have people like, you know, millionaires and billionaires just popping in who are world renowned, like it's crazy. Like when you have a gentleman that's running 25 businesses and 2 8-figure businesses, you yield the floor. When you have someone like the Les Brown, right, you yield the floor. And so we are ecstatic. We're blown away. Our last speaker is none other than the Cody Wassel. She is from Soul Sprout. So with that being said, Jen, please give them your website one more time and let them know what they're getting.
Yes, www.rockastrobranDing.com/specific reading. You're going to find there the offer, and what you're going to find is a specific reading about your birth chart. So if you have your date, your place of birth, and your time exactly, you're ready to go and to rock.
All right, rockastrobranDing.com/specific reading. It is actually in the chat. I have it on the screen right now. So please, if you are watching this via YouTube, watching this doing Facebook, then I want you to go to rockastrobranDing.com/specific reading. Thank you, Jen. We greatly appreciate you. Now we're going to bring front, none other than the Cody Wassel. Cody, how are you?
Woo! Still happy to be here. Loving all the beautiful, magical people that shared today. And of course, always in gratitude for you, Dr. Tina, and sharing these platforms with us and bringing all these wonderful people in. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much. So, Cody, you are known as the magician. I love to say magician because you actually plant the seeds and water them so people can sprout into that business person, that relationship. And you do something called Transcends Dance. I know it goes like this.
It goes like this.
Yes, I know it goes like this. But I would love to introduce you to the people that are still here. I'm shocked that people are still here. I mean, we've had technical difficulties. We've had some crazy things go on with the Les Brown and his microphone, but that's the art of live. And I know some people, they can't get with this, and I understand. But for me, I'm going to always go with the flow. I'm going to yield to the universe. And yes, we will have a structured, timed, events. But right now, like, this is the beginning of the year. This is the beginning of new beginnings. And this is the rebirth of a lot of different things. People are finding themselves. They're finding their lane. They're getting aligned with specific people, specific coaches, and things of that nature. A lot is going on in the atmosphere, and I just want to be obedient to what works. And I can tell you, whenever you can have a 14-hour in one day. No, it wasn't 2 days and 7 days each. No, it wasn't 3 days. No, it was literally 14 nonstop hours, 12 nonstop hours, 4 nonstop hours, 4 nonstop hours. And so with that being said, Cody, I am going to yield the floor. I just want to thank you for all of your hard work, your efforts. You are incredible. We love you. We love your animal. We love your dog, your cat. We love your parents. You are incredible. And I cannot wait to see you, to hug your neck in New York. So
thank you so much, Tina. Tina's mentioned number 4 hours twice now. This is Sunday speaker number 4. And I'm going to go over the number 4 way to change your life. We talked about 3 different ways you've heard throughout the day, which is deciding, you've heard taking action, you've heard repetition. And those are some of the 3 top ways to begin to start to change your life and your results. There's a number 4. And the number 4 that I'm speaking into is the frequency and the vibration of your heart. Your heart is 5,000 times more powerful than your mind. And I have been reminded by the universe, God, creator, whatever you'd love to label it as, the last 2 days of this fact. And it pairs into what I'm incredibly passionate about, which is movement. And the best way that I know how to get into my feel zone is to move with music, to move with sound, to create that space inside where this frequency of the heart begins to ripple out, where that collective consciousness, the energy that I am promoting, gets out into the world. How do we manifest? We manifest things by being in the same vibration and the frequency of it. Well, how do we get into the frequency of it being the thing that we desire if we are bummed out, if we're scared, if we're in fear, doubt, worry, anger, as these are all lower vibrational frequencies and they're not going to match what it is that you truly desire. Where your attention is where your energy goes. So how can we shift that? One of the most magical ways that I've been introduced to shift that is through movement medicine. I'm a trained facilitator in Transcendence, founded by Jennifer Joy Jimenez. And it's been practicing it for 3 years now. And even more recently, I started being more and more intentional with my deeper practice with myself with dancing. And if dancing is a scary word for you, it's okay. If you have arms and legs and they have hinges and they can move, then you're good. You don't have to call it dancing. You can call it wiggling, shifting, spazzing, whatever you want to label your movement as. But as I deepened my practice, I started to bring in breath work, bringing in the vision of what I love, of where I'm going, the vision of me with the elephants that I can't wait for them to wrap their trunks around and put their little squishy trunk on my face and put my forehead to their forehead, to visualize the stages that I'm walking across and the lights and the people that I'm going to be serving. And I've started to dance my vision and dance my prayer and dance my love. And this vibration of the heart and the frequency expands and expands and expands. And it begins to match that which I am envisioning. So yes, you may have seen me before. You may have seen me dancing, and you may even say, wow, she has all this energy. Wow, she's amazing. What? All of these things. Or she just has a lot of good, juju. But there's so much deeper in the movement. It's so much deeper than just moving the body. You can shift out stuck energy. I had an experience the other day where I went to a friend's transcend dance. One of the songs, I had been dizzy all day. My equilibrium was off. I couldn't really understand why I had been feeling out of balance. It was not a thought that came to me. There wasn't a situation. I just woke up completely out of balance, completely foggy, kind of stumbling to the left. I haven't drank in like over 10 years, so it wasn't that. And I was moving that night, but I chose to do it on the floor. And I had this pop and this feeling, and it kind of sharp pain went up through my back. And then I started crying and weeping. And there was energy that was stuck in my body that was related to a recent breakup that I had. And I didn't even know that that's what was causing me this imbalance. But it was evident when the release and the pop happened through movement. Then my fog was lifted. I felt better. I cried it out. I moved through it. And then it was evident to me where it was coming from. So there's so much energy and different feelings that are in the body. It starts with our thoughts and it moves to our physical body. And this is our best way of figuring out what's up. So I have created this special package. It's happening January 31st. It's called Move Me. We're going to use 2 key tools. You're going to get a bonus 15-minute movement meditation. And we're going to learn what your body is telling you, how to figure out what your body is telling you so that you can more easily move through feelings, emotion, and get that heart space really vibrating at its best and highest to create the results that you'd love, to draw in that love in the relationship that you would desire, to draw in that successful business, that partnership, or that next client, to draw in those stages you want to speak on, to draw in that feeling of confidence and sexiness that maybe you've been missing for a while. We're going to find the source of the pain and discomfort. We're going to recognize it. We're going to say hi to it. We're going to make some friends with it. We're going to resolve it. And then we're going to dissolve it, transmute it with movement. Would you love to dance away stress and anxiety? I would. Would you love to effortlessly drop away unwanted pounds? You can. Would you love to feel more sexy and confident? You can. You can have all that and more. And movement will help you do that. Movement is number 4. It helps you with number 1, 2, and 3, decide, action, repetition. Number 4, heart. The power of the heart and how to keep it vibrating at a high frequency. So you're not going to want to miss this. Again, it's January 31st. I'm going to put a link in the comments so you'll be able to check it out. And it's normally valued at $199. And it's going to be $99 for this event only. So definitely hop on the link. It's really easy. You just sign up and come in. And in addition to that whole day, those hours that we're together for that workshop, you're going to get 4 passes to any of my virtual Transcend Dance classes that I'm hosting live online. So I welcome you. I invite you. Come move with me. Come shift your heart frequency. Use number 4. I'm Cody Wassel with Soul Sprout, speaking to the seeds of your soul and igniting the fire within. And I'll see you guys on the other side. Thank you.
Whoa, I love it. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so 3 questions. 1, when is the class? Like literally, I want to dance away something. You said you heard a pop. I know I'm going to hear a pop, pop, pop.
Yeah, it was like popcorn. It's January 31st, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, awesome. And which platform is it going to be on?
We will be doing this in Zoom so that I'm able to use the music and interact with everyone.
Love it. I love it. I love it. So thank you, Cody. That was 1. And then if you had to give a definition of Transcend Dance, what would that be?
Transcend Dance is taking the mindfulness of yoga off the mat into conscious, joyful movement.
Wow. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. So Coach Sims, you are live. So what do you say about Transcend Dance? Are you going to join us for that? I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, Cody, thank you so much for that. It is, I mean, with anticipation, with great anticipation. And what date again? You said the 30th?
January 31st.
31st. So there are 9 days away, 9 days, 9 days. And we're going to count them down because if you are a part of Global Women Speakers, show up, let's dance together, because that's exactly what we're going to do in Paris. That's what we're going to do in Madrid. We're going to eat the food. We're going to learn the language. We're going to have photo shoots. We're going to do so much more, because that, my friends, is what Global Women Speakers is all about. It is where speaking and world travel collides. It's absolutely an experience, and I'm excited. Thanks, Cody. I appreciate you. All righty. So, Coach Sims, like literally, like okay, so out of all the things you could have gone into, all of the things that you could have done, like all of the things you could have done, literally, like you could have been a police officer, you could have abused people, you could have done a lot of things. What caused you to go into like neuro or psychology? Just like why was that? What was your background prior to that? Curious. You're muted. Alrighty, so what caused you to go into neuroscience?
Still muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, I actually was just so curious. I mean, I worked in the film industry too. I mean, I still work in the film industry as a consultant. But when it came to relationships, as a speaker, I just wanted to know more about why we do what we do. And the only way that I could actually learn that was to just learn a little bit more about neurology and biology and what really goes on in the brain and what's happening in the body. And it was just so amazing because as a speaker, when I was just speaking about relationships, I just felt like something was missing, that I couldn't give you an answer a full answer. It just felt like I'm just giving you half, and that's when I knew, hey, I wanted to take it another level higher and learn about the brain. So when I am explaining about relationships, I could take it in full circle, and so you can understand a little more about why you do what you do and what parts of your brain and what parts of your body are activated. So, yeah, that's pretty much. Absolutely.
Wow. I love it. So with that being said, I just want to thank you for popping in and for being with Global Women, just being a part of our movement. And we look forward to seeing you on stages around the globe. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you so much, most definitely, and I will be all over the globe. Absolutely, yes.
So how can someone get in contact with you?
RYEALSIMMS, drrael.com. You can also reach me on Facebook, Rael Sims, the Relationship Scientist, Instagram, the Relationship Scientist, Clubhouse, Dr. Rael, TikTok, Dr. Rael, the Relationship Scientist. So you can definitely reach me and contact me. I also counsel couples and singles too as well.
Wow. Well, you are incredible, and we don't take it lightly. By Global Women Speakers. We appreciate you. I pray homage. Today we had 3 men, well, 4 men. We had Lee Brown.
Yes.
Derek Harper Jr., Rael, Coach Rael, and we also had a gentleman that jumped on, and it's his wife's birthday, but he got on anyway, so we don't take it lightly. I'm doing actually did that. Les Brown took the stage, and it was over. Thanks, Rael. We appreciate you. If you're interested in attending an exclusive but adult, we're going to talk about
yes.
So if it will offend you, then it's not for you. We're going to talk about women. We're going to talk about sexuality. We're going to talk about intimacy. And it's going to be with Coach Rael. We have guests coming on from physicians, women's specialist. She is not only a psychologist, she deals with menopause, she deals with vaginal dryness, and a lot of other things. We're going to talk about that here.
That's going to be interesting.
Yes, we hot and juicy. I'm excited. Well, thanks, Coach Rael. I appreciate you for being here.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Yes, that.
All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, this is closing in to the end of our show. This is Dr. Tina D. Lewis, and you are listening and watching wherever you may be. You are watching the Sunday Speaker Series hosted by Global Women Speakers. I literally have said it maybe 100 times, but I'm going to say it 101 times. I am grateful. I'm humbled that each and every one of you decided to be here with Global Women Speakers on your Sunday afternoon, because I know without a shadow of a doubt that time is our most valuable asset, and how we spend it is extremely important. But even more importantly, who we spend it with is just as important. And so to all of the guests, from Les Brown to Derek Harper to Coach Rael, the neuropsychologist, to Jen, to Cody, Sandra, Unique, Felicia, Tamara, and every single viewer, we say thank you. We are grateful. And I want to leave you with 3 nuggets. I want to leave you with just 3 nuggets before we close out. We are here every single Sunday without fail. And I can't promise you it'll be for 2 hours. I can't make that promise based on my history. We love to share. Most importantly, we love to position women. Yeah, I got to get the hair out my face. I want you to see the words that are coming out of my mouth as I speak. But I want you to literally make sure that you set your alarm for Sunday, January the 29th at 4 p.m. Pacific, 6 Central, and at 7 p.m. Eastern. I know for a fact that someone today, someone last Sunday, someone the last Sunday before that, and the last Sunday of December, I know that you've heard something that resonated with you, or you heard something that made you uncomfortable. And for that, we do not apologize. We are simply an organization of women around the globe sharing our messages, our products, and our services while creating once-in-a-lifetime experiences. And most people don't think that that's enough. For me, helping women travel and leave their city, leave their neighborhood, leave their community to have some me time is just as important as human trafficking. It's just as important as other causes. It's just that you have to find what resonates with you. And for me as a kid, I don't recall traveling on a plane. We would drive to our picnics and birthdays and things of that nature. And so in my early 30s, that's when I got the bug. I began to go places that I was told that they didn't like women, or women had no say so, and they didn't like African Americans, or they didn't, and you can fill in the blank. The media was trying to indoctrinate me to believe things that from my personal experience are not true. I'm not saying that they don't exist in pockets of other countries, but I am simply sharing that the countries that I've gone to, that I've been embraced with open arms, that I've had and met sisterhood, brothers, and I would love to open up that door, that bridge to other people to either come visit come visit us here in the United States, or simply to take people abroad. Whatever your dream is, you are not a tree. I repeat, you are not a tree. You're not stationary. You're not immobile. And so I'm going to say, pick up your business, especially if it's ran by a phone. Pick up your laptop, pack a bag, even if you just go on a staycation. You know, a staycation is what a lot of people do, but they don't call it a staycation. They go on vacation from their jobs. They get 2 weeks, right? And you're like, where you going? They're like, nowhere. Or they come back from work and you're like, where you been? They're like, I stayed home. That's a staycation. But you don't have to do it at your house. You don't have to go get a hotel. It can be down the street. You just need a different environment. You have to be the type of tree that grows wherever it's planted. You have to be the type of tree that grows wherever it's planted. And so the three things that I want to leave you with so we can end on time, which it was supposed to be 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Now it's 4.5. But I promise you, I'm going to keep you for another 10 minutes. And so if you are looking to be a featured speaker, a co-host, or a sponsor, send us an email at speak@globalwomenspeakers.com, or go ahead and tap into us on our Facebook group, Global Women Speakers 2023. And if you heard anything that you said, you know what, that's it, I need that one thing from that particular speaker, they're in the group. Go tap into the group and get exactly what you came here on this Sunday afternoon for. And so I want to share some things with you that are important for your business. Before I share those things, I want to say that we are going to Paris on March 8th and 9th. We will be in Paris. We will be in Madrid on April 21st and 22nd. And if either of those speaking gigs, either of those locations, either of those dream vacations resonate with you, then make sure you reach out to me because we only have a few slots left. We already have 60 speakers booked for Paris. We have over 100 booked for Madrid. And it's not just speaking. Yes, the conference is for 2 days, but what happens outside of that for me is the experience. I can just simply share what happened when we went to Dubai. The ladies were picked up in a Rolls Royce. They were chauffeured to their hotels. They didn't touch a bag. They had dinner in the desert, belly dancing, henna tattoos, visited the second largest mall in the world, which is the Dubai Mall, only second to the Iranian Mall. I'm talking about a dinner cruise with live music. That's how we ended the evening. To New York, to having a billboard in New York Times Square with women who do not remember the last time that they were appreciated or acknowledged. And so those are the two events that I wanted to share with you. But this Tuesday, I am a guest speaker on the Week of Kindness. There's a movement that happens called the Week of Kindness, where there's thousands of registrants, attendees. And I'm going to put that in the group as well. And if that's something that you would like to attend, make sure that you tap into the group. But now those 3 things that I really want to share with you, those simple 3 things. And these are 3 things that caused me to catapult my business, my business, like your business. It will catapult your business into a cash cow, literally. But there's some things that you have to do personally before you can achieve those. There was a saying that says, set your goals so high that you have to grow into the person that you need to be to achieve them. I have those kind of goals. And some of those things I don't have yet because I'm not the person that I need to be to achieve them. But these are the 3 things I want to share with you. Number 1, write this down. Stop doing MWAs. Stop doing MWAs, minimum wage activities. Now, before you judge, minimum wage activities is just something that you can pay someone $10, $15, or $20 to do for 1 hour. That's minimum wage activities, like your laundry, grocery shopping, cleaning, things like that. I know they're necessary. But the truth of the matter is that your intellectual property is worth more than $20 for 1 hour. And if you take that 1 hour and you consciously work on your vision, your mission, your dream, then doing the laundry for 1 hour would not be worth it. It's beneath your pay grade. And when my mentor, who is a billionaire, told me that, I was offended. He told me that at the time I was not a millionaire because I was doing MWAs, minimum wage activities. That's what he said to me, y'all. That's what he said. I was literally offended until I began to outsource. So I began to hire a housekeeping service. And at first I started small. Only had the housekeeper come once a month because I thought that was all I could afford. But when I started using the time that she was cleaning, manifesting, growing, learning, reading, building, creating, I turned it into twice a month. And then I turned it into once a week. And now whenever I feel like it, I call her. And so that's number 1. Stop doing MWAs, minimum wage activities, so you can free up your time, so you can focus on your dream. And even if you work a 40-hour a week job, you must give yourself at least 1 hour or 30 minutes a day on your own business. It is an absolute must. It is non-negotiable. Non-negotiable. Did I say non-negotiable? I don't care about the benefits. I don't care about the rate of the pay, but you have to build something that will outlast you before you need it. And number two, You ready for number 2? Number 2 is we got to stop being a control freak. And how do we do that? Automate or delegate. Automate meaning let it run autonomously without you. Automate or delegate, or hire someone that's smarter than you. You know, there's a saying that says, you know what, I think it was Bill Gates who actually shared it, and then it got shared multiple times. But he says, you know, I wasn't an A student. No, I wasn't an A student. He said the A students work for me. The A students work for him. So you got to set up a system. You can't do everything on your own. You're only one person. And here's a caveat that, listen, do you think it's skill or it's talent that wins? I can tell you that it's systems. Systems will outwork talent and skill any other day. So stop being a control freak, implement a system and have it automated or delegated. I want you to implement those in your business immediately. Stop doing MWA so you can free up your time. Create a system, gives you more free time. And number 3, after you, number 1, stop doing MWAs. Number 2, stop being a control freak and automate or delegate. That was me. I didn't want to not do something. I wanted to do it all, but then I wasn't getting the results. I'm not an expert at everything, and neither are you. So give it up and hire an expert, outsource an expert. And here's a couple of resources. You can go to onlinejobs.ph, onlinejobs.ph. Literally, you can hire someone for $3, $4 an hour in the Philippines. Outsource, delegate, or automate. Number 3. Now, number 3 is going to take a lot of grit. It's going to take a lot of grit. It's going to take a lot of grit. How many times have you said, you know what, I'm going to build this business, and you became so laser focused on it, you had like a bulldog with a piece of meat. You had, excuse me, you had that bulldog tenacity. That bulldog tenacity. You had that steak and you did not want to let it go. Right? There's also a story where there were people trying to hunt. They were trying to hunt gorillas. And what they would do is take a cage and they would put the bananas inside of the cage. And so what would happen is the gorillas would see the bananas and they would put their hand inside of the cage to hold on to the banana. Once they grabbed that banana, they didn't want to let go. And so with the banana in their hands, they could not withdraw their fist because it had the banana in it. And they would get captured every single time. Every single time. And do you know, in order to save their life, all they had to do was drop the banana. Drop the banana, but they never did. So they were captured every single time. And so my question to you, ladies and gentlemen, is what are you holding that's equivalent to that banana that you cannot withdraw success, that you cannot withdraw successful relationship, that you cannot withdraw passive income, that you could not withdraw? What are you holding on that's the banana? Is it guilt? Is it fear? Is it imposter syndrome? Is it lack? Is it generational curses? Or guess what? Is it someone else's junk because it's not yours? What are you holding on to? Think about it. What are you holding on to that's your banana? What is causing you to be held captive when all you have to do is let go? And there is a saying that says, let go or be dragged. 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 And so number 3 is hard, because in order to face that banana, you have to confront what's holding you back. To have a confronting conversation with yourself about what's holding you back, what's preventing you to get to that next level in your life or in your business, it's truly confronting. And until you're ready to be authentic, as the queen of authenticity say, Norma Hollis, in order for you to be authentic and genuine, transparent with yourself, you have to have that confronting conversation, because you cannot overcome what you do not confront. You cannot overcome what you do not confront. And so for me, my banana was control. My banana was wanting more for others than they wanted for themselves. My banana was me. It was ego. My banana, and I could go on and on and on with mine. But the question is, what's yours? Are you willing to let go? Now, stop doing MWAs. Stop being a control freak and put your systems in place. And if you need help with those systems, we can help you through the 6-figure incubator. Because what we do is simply culture and nurture. We culture and nurture you and your business to a 6-figure cash cow. That's what the 6-figure incubator is all about. And I'm telling you, when you implement systems that run without your participation, that's where the 6 figures come from. But number 3 takes you far beyond that. And number 3 is letting go of that banana. Letting go of the banana. Letting go of that thing that you're afraid to say. I'm not going to ask you to put it in the chat, but what I am going to ask you to do is put it in your mind. The reason why I want you to put it in your mind, because you're going to confront it so you can overcome it. That is liberating, my friends. That will allow you to be positioned for greatness. It will allow you to be on Necker Island with Richard Branson. It would allow you to be on stages around the globe. It will allow you, it would allow you to create the lifestyle that you do not need a vacation from. It would allow you a peace of mind that you can't get back. And so I want to personally invite you. I want to invite you to be a part of the 6-figure incubator. I want to invite you to say, you know what? It is January and it's already the 3rd quarter of January. But I know that this month is over, but there's 12 months in a year. So I have 11 left. And I want you to take those 11 months, be a part of the 6-figure incubator, and we will not let you go. We will be that banana. We will not let you go until you create your 6-figure income. Why 6 figures? Well, because we've been indoctrinated to want 6 figures through college. Some people gave up. They're like, I don't care. I'm grown. I don't need 6 figures. But I'm telling you, it's not about the numbers or the zeros behind the number. It's not about the 6 figures. It's about the freedom. It's about the liberation. It's about the power that comes from it. From being able to take care of your aging parents. My mom is in an assisted living, and I used to pay her rent every single month without fail. Yeah. It allows you to choose your zip code. It allows you to eat certain food. It allows you to belong to certain gyms. It allows you to travel, to be on planes, and it doesn't necessarily have to be first class. Just the freedom to get on a plane and go to that place that you've always wanted to go. And so I want you to go to the6figureincubator.com, thesixfigureincubatoR.com, because your brand new life, your limitations, your freedom starts there. Your freedom starts there. And it's only a 6-week program, but there's a maintenance that lasts for the rest of the year that you cannot let go, because you're going to be constantly building. And yes, you're going to achieve $10,000 and you're going to be ecstatic. And you may want to stop there, but it's called the Six-Figure Incubator. You're going to achieve $20,000 and then 25 and 30 and then 40. And then you're going to be at the halfway point and you're going to say, oh my gosh, I've earned more than I make in a year. But you're going to keep going. You know why? There is something about knowledge. How many of you, by a show of hands, has had your parents say, go to school, because that is one thing, your education, that's one thing that nobody could take away from you? Well, my mom told me that. My mom told me that going to school, staying focused, and getting my degree, it's the number 6. It's the number 6figureincubatoR.com as well as SIX. It's both of them. Go to the Six-Figure Incubator. Yes, the six-figure. Yes, yes, yes. And so I am simply stating that you truly deserve so much more. And my mother telling me to go to school because that's one thing that they will never be able to take away from me is my education. That's what I'm going to share with you. I'm going to share so many nuggets, hacks, systems, platforms that I literally spent hundreds of thousands of dollars learning. Because I want, in a moment that you need money, that there's an emergency, that you can't work, I want you to be able to go and do what you need to do to create the income that you need. And there are some things that people will not tell you or share with you, no matter what. Whether they made $1 million or $1 billion or just a couple thousand. Innately, we are givers, but there is something where we became tainted and we don't want to share all of our secrets. I'm going to share one of my secrets with you right now. There's a website and it's called Lean Domain Search. Lean Domain Search. When you're looking for domains, you can go to Lean Domain Search and they will give you the ones that are available. They will give you, all you have to do is pick your word and you can say you want your domain to end or begin with that word. And let me tell you why I use that. Because you know how most people sell real estate? I want to show you how to create multiple streams of income. I literally sell my domain names. Yes, it's real estate. Do you know I sold a domain name for $2,000? $2,000. You know how much I paid for it? You ready? I paid $10. Domains, it was on sale for $9.99, and I sold it for $2,000. And so if you have an idea, you have a name that comes to part, go buy the domain name, put it up for sale, forget about it. But if I just sold one domain name a month at $2,000, that's an additional $2,000 a month. And so I want to show you some things that you haven't thought of, how to create multiple streams of income, because you don't have to make 6 figures from just one stream. You can make it from multiple. I created my first 6 figures in 45 days. I had a mentor. His name is Nick Sarnicola. He showed me how to make 6 figures in 45 days. USC couldn't teach me that. The University of Southern California could not teach me that. And I'm saying that everything that I've learned from my mentors, everything that I've invested money into, the mentorships, the masterminds, the courses, the programs, being in rooms with billionaires, I am going to pour into you until I am empty. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you. I, Dr. Tina D. Lewis, am inviting you 3 places. 1, to be a part of the 6-figure incubator. Number 2, I'm inviting you to be a part of Global Women Speakers. I will love to travel with you. We're going to Paris, March 8th and 9th, and then to Madrid, April 21 and 22. And the 3rd place I'm inviting you into your dreams, because you deserve more. You were made for more. And the only way that you can get that, in my humble opinion, is following the 3 steps. Number 1, stop doing MWAs, free up your time. Number 2 is get a system. Systems will outwork you. A system will work when you're sleeping. A system will work when you're tired. And number 3, you got to let go. It's not what we start doing. Sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, it's what we stop doing, and you got to let go. You got to let go. You're running 4 and 5 businesses doing anything for $1. Stop. Stop. Just take 90 days and concentrate on that one thing. There's a book by Gary Keller. I want you to read it. It's called The One Thing. Concentrate on that one thing. And yes, that one thing can grow legs, and it's going to have verticals, but it's still under the panoply, the umbrella of that one thing. And so I personally invite you to those 3 places. Here you go. Take my hand. Take my hand. Let me take you with me to the 6-figure incubator, to become a member of Global Women Speakers, so you can have that freedom, so you can share your message around the globe to people who are waiting. And I want to invite you to your own personal dream. You've quit. You've given up. You're tired. You're worn out. I get it. I get it. That was me. I still get that way at sometimes. But ladies and gentlemen, the best is yet to come, and it is not over until you win. It is not over until you win. And with that being said, my name is Dr. Tina D. Lewis. That is my story, and I'm sticking to it. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming and joining us, Global Women Speakers, on our Sunday Speaker Series of 2023. We will see you next Sunday, same time, 4 p.m. Pacific, 6 Central, and 7 Eastern. It is my absolute honor to be here to serve you. Goodbye for now.